long enough, I think. Shame. It's probably
Okay.
max tension here. These are some serious players doing serious player things now.
Yeah, I think hopefully people will start streaming in here.
I must admit, I never took this 100% seriously when I was playing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much to guess how seriously I was taking it.
So
Probably
for
the most seriously
sure,
I've taken off the train, but not much.
would any of you have the YOLO to go sketches here? Wait, did somebody did it? Oh crap! Loxy went to sketches.
Like, I would do it.
Nice.
And lose.
But
I'd
this
have
is probably
fun
the
losing.
best clan combo for sketches
Yeah, I really love it with
in
Wormkin.
general.
But I bet seeing that overgorge here, she's now
Yeah.
regretting it.
I mean,
I
there's
mean,
also the
I
possibility
think-
of just having a bunch of units out and then having one good unit. But I suppose that doesn't really work when your units are going to die.
Right.
Like, Monster Maker is a good unit in sketches builds, and in general, I think it's better in the early game than Overgorger is right now. Especially in this challenge. Like, it basically secures your units not dying for like a couple of rings. It's actually, I think, it might be an S tier unit for the setup. At least in my practice, it was.
HoboJoe contemplating taking the egg there, you could see that was what he was thinking.
I mean, do you even take a kin host here? No. Okay.
I mean, I had some decent success just holding on to them in case you find Endless. Especially in like this clan combo where you're not going to find anything else you want to put Endless on that could represent some decent value from a shop.
Yeah. So it looks like we get a 6 damage from Nate here.
Yeah, okay, you can do this, I guess. Play him in Relentless. At least in the early game right now. The Kin Host. Oh, there's a Forever Flame, so Kin Host could have been interesting. I just saw that on Pahan's screen.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just the careful player's pick here, right? Although I suppose the X cost cards is pretty. I mean, there's a. Alright. Right? Oh, they didn't click the relic. Nate and Lox didn't click the relic at the start.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't have that ridiculous option.
What you could do
Oh,
with
no
the
Divine
X cost
Horde.
thing is you find the Wormkin one, and you can basically clear waves on Divinity or in general just by returning this card over and over. Ooh.
Yeah, that spike is surprisingly powerful,
Yeah.
especially with that X cost one. I do like
Things I learned.
Yeah. It looks
During the practice runs, yeah.
Yeah. HoboJoe does clear it, taking about 12 damage there. So far, it looks like everybody's going to take probably some amount of damage here. Just
Loxolotl
barely.
three.
Has given up on her middle floor units there by casting the Prismal Dust at the top, which I think was the right play.
Yeah. Yeah, those stewards and the carapace aren't too high value.
Yeah. The problem with this, I guess if they die now, it's fine, right? Yeah. Like, you could have ended up in a situation where you could not purge your stewards because of the sketches. Right?
She's basically all in to find some sort of. I mean, there it is. Something like a first of kin is exactly what you're looking for in a sketches run here. I mean, you're looking for Shadow Siege, obviously, but second best.
Oh, I think the Carver is good too.
Yeah, that's true.
Might be-
Anything fat.
Like, Kinos, like,
I think
You're looking for a
Carver,
keeper.
especially for Loxy's build, she would love to see a Carver.
Yeah, put the carver onto the Kinos and just dupe it a bunch of times, and then, I mean, you've got your stuff sorted. You don't need to. Just take as many consumed cards as your deck can carry, and just get enough damage on the 4 firsts of kin you have on the middle floor, and you should be good until the haste floor shows up. Which is soon.
Yeah, she's not going to like to see that. Looks like Nate has a perfect on that one.
If I was a player here, I would probably expect the haste combat, since you are the one that curated to see it.
Now, the one
What
nice
I mean
thing,
with,
at least on this haste combat, they have enough pings that they can pretty reliably take out the backline as long as they don't take the... I don't even think it's an armor trial, right? It's a damage trial, right?
it's an armor trial. Unless losing track of things, it's a damage trial.
By the way, if your first Overgorger died, there's a second one if you take that uni draft. I hope you guys caught that.
Oh yeah, I see it. You could go... Nate doesn't have sketches. Okay.
Only Loxy took the sketches here, which means she's my favorite to win here.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, I think there were 2 shots for Carvers already, if I saw that correctly. Like, you could set up a good floor
I'm
already.
also interested, HoboJoe's going with the big Kenho's Carapace here. I noticed he had not gone the Overgorger. Well, he got through that ring fine. So that is a perfect for HoboJoe.
Most of them opting to zero cost the Soul Cripple in case that turns out to be flying kill potential later on.
Yeah.
The risk reward there. At least I've seen at least 2 people do it now. And there you have
Yeah.
Roxy sees the haste.
I mean,
You don't
the
want to
early...
spend too much down there now because you want to also juice up your units in the middle.
I mean, the early haste combat isn't so bad.
Yeah, it's at
As
ring
long as
4, 5. That's the killer.
Yeah, as long as you are able to kill the one that spawns with the boss, I think you're okay here, probably. It's all about not taking damage, right? That might be a problem.
I'd actually use that hosting pin in the middle now to send one of my important units back. Ideally putting myself in a situation where the morsel maker is in front as the least valuable unit. But I suppose Loxy has other ideas here with 2 prismal dusts.
You know, I'm looking at this, and if I'm not mistaken, Nate is the only one that has taken the Overgorger. I'm pretty surprised to see that, to be honest.
Well, it's kind of a big risk if you think about it, because
Yeah.
you spend all this early game effort boosting this thing, and then if it dies to something, you're
Lost all your value.
SOL and JWF.
That's what I meant too. Like, Morsel Maker is just such a consistent unit in this challenge here that I think it's not really that surprising that they skipped the Overgorger. Like, Overgorger got a lot worse since the DLC.
Yeah.
No fire damage there for Loxy in the next one, which is interesting considering the haste. I think at least one thing would have just wandered on through, but like you said, they got a great deal of pings, so it's great.
Yeah. Until after ring 3, right? When plinks just don't hit anything anymore.
So it does look like HoboJoe took the second Overgorger, but did put his multi-strike onto his alloy. So he must be thinking maybe to put the Overgorger into the alloy?
I mean, as an infusion, it does help out later on when you need it to. And Construct is more or less strong enough that it doesn't need it that extra damage until it gets it later on. So it's a strategy. It's a responsible move.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a
Ooh,
5
another 5x
times.
dupe. Oh man, if her units were merged right now, this would be a jackpot. It's got 6 soul cripples now. Those are not going to hurt. They're going to boost up the power of the first of kin, and they're going to give some strong flying kill potential, especially coming into this first flying boss.
I think for Loxy's build, I would take that Dun Echo. I'd have to imagine these sketches wants Wormkin-tastic inspiration type stuff. Oh, she goes with the
Taking Hell's
Hell's
Banners for the first turn value, I guess.
I guess the Morsel
First
Maker
turn
would
action.
technically proc it, right? If she
Yeah, the
plans to
Morsel
keep
Maker will
it.
proc it every turn.
Yeah.
That's
I guess
something I did
that
discover from far too many Morsel Maker carry runs.
We got another clean one from Nate, it looks like.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's also... No, that's wrong. Lox took less damage. I would have expected him to take more damage with an Overgorge in the early game, but he somehow managed to get through.
Clean one from HoboJoe as well.
Cloud Spike.
Yeah, an X cost enhanced shard spike. That's like Nate also duped the Pact Morsels, right?
It looks like it. Oh,
So,
5.
actually-
Yeah, there's a lot of them. 5 duped it.
So he is going to have morsels.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
play a spike on.
There's the key.
If Lox sets up the floors properly with the charge deckers, you could get that flying kill on Daedalus, which is some seriously good value in terms of points for the tournament this early on.
Yep. She'll also be happy to see the Keeper if she goes the Wormkin path on the 4th ring. That is a very powerful middle floor for Loxy. Pahan taking a lot of time. I respect that. I think it'll, really weighing out your options. It'll be interesting to see what he does, though. It doesn't seem like there's a theme yet with what he's doing. Maybe it'll materialize here soon.
So he doesn't have sketches and he doesn't have the Overgorger, huh?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Now, he could get an Overgorger, I think, if he takes a unit draft on this next ring. But with this infusion, I have to think he's going the Wormkin route.
Mm.
You'll also notice there is a Shroud Spike in the game now.
Mm.
Could be it for just short. I think if there were some more charge deckers on that bottom floor, there would be a flying kill happening.
Yeah. Soul Cripple almost got it there.
Yeah.
Certainly, though, it'll help her not have any units die by the time Relentless comes around.
She has 5. She has 5 more soul cripples, right?
Yeah.
That's very powerful.
Yeah. I like it, though. It's definitely playing to win. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be another Haster in Ring 4, but those 5 Soul Cripples should hopefully kind of help there. As long as she can break the initial damage shield.
That would be a very stressful thing for me to play around in this no restarts technically setting.
Right.
Because, I tend to, just play cards. And before you know it, this can catch up with you and devastate your player health.
I feel like there must have been a way to get a flying kill here for Lox.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think
With
she
all
missed
that
it.
She did miss it just slightly,
Uh,
but at least it was a no damage taken
It's a deeper Vickers.
ring
Loxy
there.
has picked it up. Now she needs to start adjusting her floor and units and stuff and making sure that they come out right in future combats. Very
We just
messy
need-
at the moment.
we just need 2 glare minders, right?
Looks like
You know
HoboJoe did indeed do the Overgorger into the alloy. Now it has 4 strikes.
Yeah. But it also needs to be
Knight's
fed,
building
right?
morsel walls.
Right.
Which, sure, he does have the damage to the morsels, so it's probably not that big of a deal. But like it stops. Like if you want to dupe the Overgorger later or something, it can get awkward
Right.
if you have an allied. Like because which if she's going to go for flying kills, he might be doing in the end.
She's really ailing over what to put this remove consume on. Nothing. That's what she said. I mean,
Ooh.
look at that with a double stack.
Yeah.
Plus 26 reap. That is.
It's a lot
that
of
is
reap.
damage.
For 1 ember. Might be the future Hellvent targets. Looks like Nate does get through that one there.
I think if Nate, I don't think Nate is going to have much trouble getting through the rings at this point.
Right.
Nate's set up here very nicely, as he was yesterday in the second round. You sort of see his build coming into like fruition very early on, and then just letting it go from there.
So I think if Loxy gets through this ring, she might jump into maybe the favorite. This is the final test really for her deck, I feel.
You definitely want to think about where these soul cripples go now.
Yeah.
This is
Kind of an awkward arrangement with the sketches there with the keeper right in front. 'Cause that's your most valuable unit going forward.
What do you guys think of the choice Nate has to make with Overgorger? Into Patient could be risky to just slot that last slot with a multi-strike.
like, I mean, he has X cost enhanced Prisma Dust,
Right.
right?
Maybe if you could get
Yeah,
a
the
intrinsic.
Prismal Dust save it, I think. Yeah, I would have put the intrinsic onto a Prismal Dust like almost 100% of the time there if I'm going to put the multi-strike onto the Overgorger, just for that safety. You don't want to get to Seraph the Patient and not have your damage shield when you need it.
Right.
I mean, he might not use his Monster Maker in the end to repeat it, so he might be able to generate damage shield monsters more consistently. I'm surprised that he actually does use it right now, because he has the Dupe 5 on the pack monsters, so isn't that just better?
Right.
You get more like I mean, it's less things for him to do, so he gets through his run very quickly, right? But he's not the first right now.
Looks like Loxy able to get through that ring as long as she can kill the Haster next turn. I'd assume,
Yeah.
hopefully so. Yeah. So
Can
yeah,
you imagine not drawing a single ping there?
that would be the
I would be
saddest.
mortified.
mean, if it's just Plinks, the guy behind the boss can't be infused, right?
Right.
No. I
Yeah,
don't
the
think so.
the boss wave can't be. Only the boss itself gains anything from shards.
Okay. Because if that guy had, I guess she drew enough pinks, but if that guy spawns with like a damage shield,
That would be brutal.
it's probably a good decision.
Yeah.
But they didn't make it that way. There are other combats I can imagine, like having 2 shot in hands.
I wonder
Is
what's
it shade limits later on?
did Nate? I didn't catch that. He must have accidentally not been able to play his Overgorger top or something.
And he took damage.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, he probably played the Morsel Maker in the first turn without thinking about the extra capacity that it would cost in turn 2 or something. But
Yeah, that's another thing why I wouldn't play Muscle Maker here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with the 5-pack morsels, I just think get rid of the morsel makers, just have the Overgorger. You could even have 2
although it is
Overgorgers eventually.
convenient for a spike.
True.
If you have a Shroud Spike, it's very nice to have a Morsel Maker because then you always have something on the floor.
Right. Some sort of stats. He'll probably get through this, but it does suck that he had to take a pretty good amount of fire damage there.
It's more than 20 right now, right?
Right.
He was at 64, I think, going into this combat.
It also costs him a few extra rounds of gorging that he could have had.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened to Nature. You see him like fumbling with his cards on the second turn, trying to like think about what am I going to do now because I forgot that I was going to take up 4 extra space on the second turn with this Morsel Maker. Maybe he was hoping to draw his feast or something.
And another thing, he's like juggling 2 cost units then, right? With the Ember Drain on top floor. There's a lot of things.
Yeah, that's another thing.
There's a lot of things that I don't know.
There's a lot of ways things could go sideways doing exactly that. So
Yeah.
it is a risk that he's taking here by having those 2, but it is one that pays off in dividends with some flying kills on the later bosses if he gets it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs trample though, right?
Unless he gets some really big, yeah, he needs trample.
I guess he has as a Shroud Spike. If he dupes that one or Consume removes it.
Well, it's already consume remove, so he's playing it multiple times per combat now.
He might get to a number high enough, but he might struggle in Divinity right now because there are 4 heavy waves, right? And he has only he does have 4 hits, right? Or does he have 3? He
has 3 per Overgorger, and I'm assuming that thing's getting duped later on.
If he's duping it and managing to keep both alive, okay, then he's probably going to have the flying kills, yeah.
Yeah.
I would assume so. But it's another 2 cost unit, right?
Right.
You have to play it, and you have to... I guess he has 0 cost morsel generation, so it might not be as bad.
I didn't realize Nate had put plus 30 on one of those hosting kins.
There's
Probably
also with ring technology, there's this opportunity when you get to Seraph the Patient to have the Morsel Maker in front, and then like you pretty much don't care.
Yeah, then you'll never get the melee weakness. That's pretty good. Ooh.
but not for Nate.
Good thing you got the Prismal Dust there.
But not for Nate, right? He does have the Feud Infusion, doesn't he?
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah.
So the front Monster Maker doesn't work.
Oh, did he? Oh, dear. That's not something I would have done.
Like you could Shroud Spike.
Yeah, I suppose you could. But you kind of want all of your Overgorges ready to smack on the first turn.
Yeah. That's the thing about giving it the Construct Infusion. It's like Suddenly you have to worry about fuel when you dupe it. This would be much
you've
worse
seen
if
how
they.
many times I've screwed up a construct run because of fuel.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a flavor mechanic, right? I think it's not necessary anymore when you're playing the DLC. This unit would be
Rocky
okay
does have
without
an
it.
extremely powerful sketches floor going on at the moment, so things are progressing rather nicely there.
Yeah, but it can't fall apart, right? Like you get,
Yeah, it
you
can
lose,
absolutely
you lose,
fall apart.
yeah, like you lose your keeper or something.
Yeah, I mean, the game keeps shafting you by putting the keeper in front,
Yeah,
which is not what you love to see here.
right. Yeah, you don't want to lose that unit.
I guess you could fix it a little bit with the kin host things.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess it is nice that at least it'll get 6 health a turn. I don't know if she took Shroud Spike.
No,
I-
it took the multi-strike.
Oh, right. So the
Which
furnace
makes
tab.
sense.
Yes,
Yeah,
which I think is correct for her build,
right.
probably.
Makes sense.
It's just so magical to see a sketches floor working nicely like this.
Yeah, especially through the double haste. Basically the worst possible setup you could face. I guess
Yeah,
there
but
could
like-
have been a dataless, but yeah.
But yeah, you do have 2 starting cards that deal with backline, right?
Right. It's not-
Plus the kills.
And then she'd had the 5 times Soul Cripple, which probably made her feel a bit more confident as well.
Pahan
I was-
seeing the Shroud Spike and Furnace tap now.
Yeah.
Or just play them this turn.
And Pahan at this moment probably is still wondering where he's going to go with this deck.
I haven't been watching him.
He took a bunch of safe options, which, I feel like his deck currently has a finite amount of power because of all these safe options he's been picking. So I don't know how that's gonna end for him.
Oh, he has a double. Double shot soul carver, huh? Might work. Doesn't have as much. How do you say this? Doesn't have as much potential, right?
Yeah. I wonder
have
what
as
you
much-
take here as someone who has 6 pips worth of units on the floor already. Probably the multi-strike, right? You find a way to work around those 3 odd turns of Ember Drain and just take it.
Yeah.
I didn't catch if Did anyone catch if HoboJoe or Nate got a flying kill on Fell?
Oh, Nate is through fell already. No.
I'll check afterward. I'll just have to
I
make.
can't
Nate
just
did-
rewind it quickly, I suppose.
Apparently Nate didn't.
Nate didn't. Okay.
If hearts is right.
Yeah, there's fell freezing floors here, so it's clear he didn't get a flying kill.
Ah, right. Okay.
But Hobo did?
I didn't check
HoboJoe?
HoboJoe. Let me go back and check.
Well, I could check it too, actually. You're right.
No, HoboJoe didn't either. There's also some frozen floors during the fell fight there, which means Relentless was triggered.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm definitely rooting for Lux to get her flying kill. with her soul cripples.
Yeah.
She did get a little
It's
bit of help
such
with
a-
the reap.
It's such a like different deck from what everyone else is doing that you sort of want to see where it goes and what its absolute potential is.
Right.
Yeah, she doesn't have consume return right now. Should we make this even better, probably?
I mean, she could get a flying kill here. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're just piling on these soul cripple nails, I think.
Yeah.
Risk it for the biscuit here.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, put that on the front.
And keep her in front again.
Morsel maker in the back.
Um,
Although I guess
think
it
at
will
this
help
point,
damage.
it probably doesn't matter at this point. I
Right.
think.
We're just gonna get the bounding echoes onto 3 of her soul cripples on the bottom floor. That's juicy.
It's like HoboJoe, the first to reach patient here. It's a good spawn on the middle.
Yeah. Like the cataclysm of this spawning in the top, although it's not that bad with the morsels with wing technology.
Yeah.
I just realized that I'm slightly delayed. Okay, wait.
If you slide back and then hit the live button again, it should catch up your delay a bit, I found from previous experience. It's, anyway, that's HoboJoe. He's coming in with some serious damage on
Patient here.
Seraph here.
Yeah, this looks like a flying kill territory, even if he doesn't get it this turn.
Yeah.
Roxy's doing a hell of a job keeping that poor keeper alive, though, so that's good. I mean, I think it's difficult to fathom exactly how much damage shield these players have access to right now.
It's going to be close here for
Two
Loxy,
digits.
maybe. Actually, I think Loxy's going to get it. Look at that. Every little shard. I don't know if I'd even play that proc. That just loses damage, yeah. Moment of truth. Will Loxy get the kill? I think so. I think so.
Yeah, that's looking nice. Another cool thing you can do here is bounding echoes your morsels. If the stuff lines up right, and then you get quite a bit of charged echoes from all these zero-cost morsels that you can just put wherever.
Looks like we got our first flying kill here with Loxy.
Magical. Those are some options she's getting there, none of which make a ton of sense for what's been going on here.
Yeah. Maybe that Blazing Bolts. Though I think I'd probably skip. So HoboJoe will clear out the AoE here. That should probably, let's see, 377 by 4. That's got to be close. Oh. Okay, he doesn't have the Ember to AoE clear here.
Oh, melee
Oh.
weakness though.
Yeah, that's probably better, huh? Okay, that's pretty close, yeah.
Just
Oh, I'm
I
surprised
wonder why he didn't ping one of the units.
Right, yeah, just
Probably realized he was getting the flying kill next time and just thought, well,
yeah,
better to keep things safe.
probably get more gorges this way.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's actually big brain right there.
Yeah, min-maxing.
Das.
Alright, that'll get HoboJoe the flying kill, but he'll try to maximize his gorges here, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a very strong alloy there.
You're gonna see some big scores at the end of this first round.
Yeah. Yeah,
This is a 2-round thing, right?
Yep, 2-round thing.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make much sense to say first round.
Only the finals will be 1 round. And a flying kill from Nate, it looks like.
Here we go into ring 7 with Loxy's. It's kind of curious that the devs chose not to have a haste or the 8th ring.
Right.
I'm glad they don't. They didn't.
Yeah, me too, 100%. But I mean, I'd let them take the garbage one out for haste instead.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'd have to
the keeper
guess.
is in a safe spot this time. At least.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if Loxy can flying kill Patient and Divinity. She might get the edge.
Nate's ended up duping his Overgorger. I see.
Yeah, got a really nice shroud spike of damage shield on it now. It's looking pretty good for a flying kill here, I must say.
Looks like Pahan took damage, right?
Oh yeah, he draws his Prismal Dusts on the second turn, keeping his Overgorger alive.
I don't think Pahan took damage, did he? Let's see.
It seemed like multiple lines of text in the background. I didn't see it either.
Trial bonus, it looks like. Yeah. So
it was just trial bonus. Okay.
Right.
Then, never mind.
I mean, Nate's 1 turn away from killing you, I think. So, that's happened.
Yeah.
It's interesting how Pahan is still.
Yeah,
There we go. Nate's got the flying.
Ring. Yeah.
All right, flying kill
Take
for
that.
Nate. So Nate,
It's
the first
actually
to
interesting
finish.
to see what these players are capable of when you do give them a sort of high roll to work with.
Right. Then it becomes a game of trying to construct the flying kill.
Yeah, and it's good to see that these players who can play responsibly also have that sort of energy to get the flying kill when the time comes.
Right.
I had to. Like the first time I joined this tournament, I had to practice flying kills because I never usually go for them.
Yeah.
In my, it's definitely one of my weaknesses. I think.
Yeah.
I think I missed a couple too.
I had there was a time I would do the daily challenges. I kind of want to start doing them again, but those kind of helped.
Yeah,
I wish
to help you think. Like
I wish
that
they
when
were.
you start.
Looks like HoboJoe will get the flying kill here.
Another flying, yeah.
I wish
But
there were
later,
the daily challenges for higher covenants, right? Because I don't
Yeah.
really enjoy Covenant 1 that much.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of my main. It's like the challenge is usually just getting flying kills. Sometimes the mutators can be pretty bad though, but yeah, I wish there was like a Covenant 25 version.
Maybe not necessarily 25, but at least a couple, right?
Right.
Because like basically on Covenant 1,
one of the content
there.
creators could set up. Hey Nate, well
Hey.
done.
So I don't know. I assume most people are going the same route, right?
Actually,
Nope.
nope. Just you and HoboJoe went that route.
Oh, serious?
And he went a little bit different than you. He did the alloy as the main, but essentially the same idea.
So he had alloy instead of Overgorger, with Overgorger as a.
As a secondary,
As
yeah.
a-
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Isn't that just less scaling?
Yep. That's why I didn't do it.
That's a weird decision. Now that I think about it.
He had already put multi-strike onto the alloyed by the time he picked up an overgorger because he didn't take the starting one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nate was the only one, right?
That's the only one
put
that
off
took the Overgorger ring 1?
Yes.
Why?
Probably
you just don't
because
take
most
you don't take the shards, you don't take the trial, and you're fine, no matter what ring 1 boss you face.
Yeah.
Oh,
I guess that's the way to look at it.
I think we lost Joe from the...
Does anyone have Monster Train open right now so that they could stream and reorganize the windows? I'm sure this does look pretty weird on Gabriel's stream right now.
Yeah, it kind of changed the order here.
I don't. And I don't want to.
HoboJoe looks like he did beat me, though. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. It's got to be close between the shard difference and damage taken.
Oh,
I think I took more damage.
Yeah, I need to put the shards in. 7, 8, 9.
So, top left is Lox now. No, wait.
Top left is
Top
Lox
left is
right
Lox.
now, yeah.
Okay,
And
good.
Pahan down there.
Right, and Pahan's got his own section at the bottom there.
Oh my gosh. 1 point difference between HoboJoe and myself. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be anybody's game coming into the next round. Provided Loxy's sketches pays off here.
Yeah.
Hey, HoboJoe. How's it going?
He might not have a mic if I remember correctly.
Oh,
He
yeah.
talked yesterday.
At least we get to fix the stream.
Oh, right. I need to... Yep. There we go.
I'm going to look at the others. How are they doing?
So Loxy could pull ahead if she gets 2 flying kills here without damage. She actually got one on Fell.
Whoa, that is a different build.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Pahan also is kind of a Wormkin build, but more... I don't know if the high rolls are going to allow for flying kills. We'll see. Like his is less kind of as insane, but...
Less irresponsible.
I think...
That sketches is
Wow.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were so shocked that anybody picked it there, but it's working out pretty well for Loxy here.
Like, it's the best clan combo still for sketches. Like, it's the 2
absolutely.
best clans. Yeah,
This might be a kill right here. That's a lot of etch plus the furnace tap.
Plus a lot of reap.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so crippled, yeah.
Look at each and every
worried-
one of those soul cripples. It's just... Oh, goodness.
I'm worried about Pahan. Like, his units didn't seem to do that much damage. Like, it was like 90 at most, I think. Which is not enough to clear divinity waves, so...
So one interesting thing you'll note there, the melee weakness, when you have multiple stacks of damage shield, it will go down by just 1 when it gets hit per damage shield removed. However, if you only have 1 damage shield and it gets removed, it does not remove the melee weakness. Not relevant here, but it's just a weird interaction.
There's a flying kill for Loxy, so
There it is.
Yep.
good news there.
Yeah.
Now it'll be interesting.
Honestly, you can't even get mad. That's such a cool build.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
I
pretty
mean, I
much
could have done a
just
lot
like-
better if I hadn't have messed up my one ring by playing the morsel maker.
Is that what happened? We kind of, we saw you on the bottom and we hadn't like caught the very beginning of that.
Yeah, I played the morsel maker, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this morsel maker makes morsels. That's what it does.
It's a bit tougher for Loxy here on this next one because
Yeah,
the
it's-
Reaper's
Why did
gonna
you-
get first.
A lot of health to get through there. And the Reap won't stay.
Why did you actually use the muscle? Nate,
What?
why did you actually use the muscle maker? I'm curious.
What do you mean? Sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
You had because
Go ahead.
you had so much muscle generation,
Oh, I mean,
and it's basically worse muscles, right? And it's another unit you have to juggle. That's basically what ended up.
yeah, but I mean, I had the feast, so it was pretty easy for me to clear the morsels and get better ones. And I don't know if you guys saw by the end, I'd thinned the deck so much that once I consumed all my consume cards, my hand was literally making a morsel, feast, and shroud spike every single turn. So, and that was the plan. The plan was to thin the deck out so that I could just consistently have that growth combo, and then dupe the Overgorger at the end to merge it, and then dupe it again to just to get the shard count high enough.
Okay, I guess the feast was using. Yeah, that's fair. Didn't notice the feast, I must say.
Yeah, it only works that
It's hard
way
to keep-
that well when you have feast.
Okay,
And I
sure.
really debated between. I had two options to intrinsic as well. I thought about putting intrinsic on damage shield. I just needed something to keep my Overgorger alive in first turn of Divinity. That was my only concern. Because Divinity at 200 shards does 16 damage. So I needed to be able to survive 16 damage. And so my options were either damage shield or shroud spike. And I assumed that I would get at least one of my morsel generating cards. So then I put intrinsic on the shroud spike.
Loxy looking pretty good for a flying kill here.
Yeah.
Actually
Yep.
clearing the waves with her spells, which is astonishing.
I always love the giant dragon
Yeah,
Lore.
snakes.
or snakes.
The-
Yeah,
The little
mean-
keeper of echoes that could there.
Force contamination
Yeah.
should get the kill here. Yeah.
There
it
we
is.
go. Another one. Man,
She-
this is going to be a hell of a round.
her fights were clean too, right?
She only
I
had
think.
only the first one. She had 3 damage. Other than that, it was pretty much a perfect run. 190 shards, 3
Oh, yeah,
flying
the
kills. Yeah. So Loxy will pull a bit ahead there, though. Everyone's still pretty close.
It's just Pahan, which is I don't think
I don't think Pahan
he's going
can
to get there.
Yeah, I don't think he can get the flying kills. But as long as he doesn't take damage from here on out, if he can get to a good amount of shards, he'll be still in the running for the second round.
Yeah. I mean, his deck isn't bad.
Right. It's just not as
So-
overly powerful as everybody else's was.
Is he checking
I
to
think
see if
he-
she's the only one that took sketches?
I remember that I didn't take sketches in one of the tournaments too, and lost because of it.
That I remember that too. That was when I learned to use sketches with Wormkin.
Wait,
I think that was.
yeah, exactly. Was it you or was it Penguin? I don't know.
I think it
Or
was
was
that.
it-
The one I'm thinking of, it was you and me that didn't go sketches, and we just had no chance because we weren't going to beat the people that went sketches.
Yeah, at least on the score. I think we
Right.
beat the run though, right?
I think I died. I died at Divinity because I did something stupid. But yeah, I remember I was really disappointed with myself in that one. Looks like Pahan gets through here.
Yeah, I thought sketches was too risky in a scoring setup that doesn't allow you to take pyro damage, right? Like you encounter one haste combat and
Right. I've become a lot. I think with either Stygian or Wormkin, I've become more open to early sketches. As long as you have a nice way to reasonably navigate it.
I think Awoken is decent too with sketches.
Oh, yeah, I guess I haven't really thought of it with Awoken too much.
Like
You can get some
they have
allergies.
they have repositioning and they have cultivate stuff they can do.
Oh, right.
Like you play like glimmers over and over.
Yeah,
for
if you get a
example.
bunch of people. Yeah, that makes sense.
The other thing you can also do is it's one of the only good uses of the what's it called essence, the edge prior essence, is then you can have a couple edge prior essences, and that's 2 glimmers every single turn.
Ah, right.
Oh yeah.
Get the
Oh
cultivates.
yeah, you're right. Or you take the other one,
a
the
couple
spikes
of
one,
Thorn
yeah,
Hollow
and
ones.
you get like really, a very high amount of spikes. That could work too, like the spike channeler.
Also, Loxy, you've been unmuted for a while. Good run.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That was-
Well done. That was
I'm just
pretty
looking through
amazing
you
to watch.
guys' runs, and that's it's very different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I have
was
to appreciate the sketches pick.
Yeah.
And I appreciate
was sweating. I was sweating on that one. I do not play with sketches very often. But Wormkin and Umbra are probably the best clans for sketches, and so I thought if I'm gonna get a high score here, sketches is gonna give me a good chance. I mean, a few other things went pretty well for me, not just sketches paying off, but getting the -2 on the Soul Cripple, which is not something that I would usually do, but having that before the ×5 event, that was pretty massive.
Yeah, I love that decision. That was awesome.
Yeah, you were the only one able to get a fell flying kill, and I think those soul cripples were probably the big
absolutely
factor there.
that for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I even thought I could get a Daedalus one, but there's just not enough turns.
You were close, yeah. I think you were, what, 100
close.
100 HP off or something?
Ish, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That might have been a way with the resets, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I think that scenario is the very one that made the restarts rule what it is. Potential of keeping on going for the flying kill.
And that happened in the first tournament. You had some people restart to try to get flying kills.
I remember that tournament.
Yeah, I kind of missed the player interviews during.
Oh, like in the middle?
That was a horrible. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but man, that was brutal on my mental state.
Yeah,
Solo commentating.
I understand. Like now we are more people. Maybe it's possible again. But
Yeah.
people have to agree to do that too. I don't know.
Right.
I'd be fine with it in the finals if I qualify to just randomly through the run unmute and just talk to people about how they're doing, what their plan is.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
I mean, as long as it doesn't disrupt them, right?
Right.
We have 80 minutes.
That's
Come on,
for the
guys.
fun.
Yeah.
Like we could ask them. I think.
I don't know if you've ever watched an episode of MasterChef, but they just come over there and insert themselves into these people that are cooking like crazy, and then they just start asking them questions, and it's great.
Or British baking show where you have them literally distracting them with nonsense, not even to do with their baking in the middle.
Just purposely trying to throw them off.
I don't know if it's trying to throw them off, but let's go over and crack jokes with them.
I mean, that would be fitting for the finals, trying to disrupt people.
Math challenge with random interviews about random things from the commentators. Fantastic.
Maybe it's too early to start talking about this, but I have been thinking pretty hard about next mutators.
Homework.
Yeah, actually, homework is one of the 3. Homework.
That'd be interesting.
I think the problem
Homework
with
makes it
homework
so you
is
can't see the previews, the damage previews.
Oh gosh.
I think that would be bad for commenting though, because we as commentators can't see that either, right?
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
That would be
Can
my.
make a mod so that we can see it and they can't.
You should make it so people have to slow down boss combat so it can be like tense. Because no one knows what's going to happen.
So the thought was to do that plus double spell weakness plus ascend on spell damage.
Oh God. I mean,
Oh, moth
ascendant
magic.
spell damage is
I hate.
Yes.
I hate
It's
that
so-
one.
You hate moth magic? I love moth
I
magic.
hate moth magic.
I think it creates
Yeah,
really
that
cool
would-
strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
can backfire.
pretty big brain.
I feel like you struggle to get 8 players to play that though.
I'm down.
Get a
for
lot of
every
people doing the
mutator.
first qualifier seed, and then no one does any of the other ones.
Yeah, everyone's like, I'm really busy this weekend. Sorry, guys. Can't make it. Maybe I'll look at mutators while I'm waiting. See what other ones you can do.
I mean, the sketches one is something.
God.
Yeah.
You
And then
force
you
people
don't
to
know.
have.
Push for seeds.
I'm always.
The thing is, I don't want to pick mutators that kind of like push everyone in a similar direction. Like I feel like this one's open enough. There's enough decision making that it's not like too forceful.
Yeah. As we saw with this run.
Yes. But I think some of them get very forceful. Like Dante, for example, like
Yeah.
it's just you're gonna do what 15 Dante games. Like that's not fun.
I think it's boring. Yeah. We could do half instead.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Hef, I think, has a lot of potential to send the run in different directions. You know, you can infuse Hef as a powerful infusion. You can use her as the base unit. You can focus on the Wingmaker. There's a lot of variation in what you can do with a Hef.
What about
think
combining
some-
Yeet Apocalypse and 2 for 1? So you get 2 drafts every time you draft, but you have to get rid of something at the end of every run, or every end of every battle. You're gaining cards at twice the rate, but then you can trim cards after every fight.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I don't think what pairs well with that.
What about the mutator that descends everything?
Gravity? Oh.
Uh-oh. We have a possible
I hate that.
situation here with
I hate that
Pahan.
one. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. That
Oh, no, he got it. He
as
got
soon as
there.
don't-
He might lose
Oh, but he's losing his
yeah.
losing
He's
one.
going to lose one.
Oh,
Here comes the restart.
I think you there's a dupe. You
Yeah.
finish it. You finish it dupe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that restart might not have been worth. Yeah, just dupe it.
Yeah, but I think him not killing living armor is a pretty bad sign, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right.
Alarm bells ringing.
Um,
Potential Dishes has a pretty decent option there of putting buying power into it, because buying power allows you to sort of adjust your shards at the end. And while it seems like it might be a powerful option, there's certain things you might not consider while doing it, and that could sort of adjust the dynamic a bit in terms of the late game play. So buying power is definitely something to consider as a mutator.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's anything else I think would be interesting.
like most mutators are kind of.
You could also put in Hero's Burden and
I did
jack
think
up
about
the
that.
score
Hero's
potential
Burden.
from, like, you push it up to 300 or 400 shards even as the maximum scoring cap, and see just how well the good players deal with insanely sharded runs.
I don't know. I don't want to throw off people that aren't as good at the game or aren't as experienced, right?
Oh no, Sato, it's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah. I think that I don't know. Like if they see the mutator, they might not even attempt the seeds, right?
Yeah, that's why. Like, I feel like I really like. So I think the Apocalypse plus 2-for-1, and then my other thought is either I think Tithe is a little punishing. That was one I was thinking about. Tithe, no fluff, but I also worry about that with units being too punishing. Also, it kind of limits variety. You can also just do Junk Up. You start with 8
Yeah.
calcified embers,
That could be tough, yeah.
and I think that's not too brutally punishing. And the fact is, like after the first battle, after every battle, you could just yeet garbage. Like you could yeet one of those calcified embers instead. I don't know, something
Yeah,
like that.
it also plays into like a risk reward sort of thing where you could keep a couple of them in case you get like a event that affects blight cards.
Yeah.
I would definitely be keeping like 3 or 4 of them just in case, you know.
So Pahan was able to cleanly do it that time. I think the key was he hit his Echo Seedling on his cost-reduced Prismal Dust instead of the Bounding Echoes.
So he has a lot more sustain. Yeah.
Right.
He basically just needed to keep one of them for Relentless, I think. One of the Prisma Dusts.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty telling that he doesn't have... It might not have enough damage scaling
Right.
in his deck.
He's got 4 strikes. What is... I haven't been able to see what his Shard Soul Carvers are infused with.
They have... I think it's the Edge Trigger. Yeah.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
I would guess first Kinwar on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd have a scaling problem, surely, at this point.
Hold
I think the
He
third
does.
one. I think the third one will become prepared. So the whole thing is about just having a massive amount of cards, and if you take cards, you get a lot of them, and then having to decide what you prioritize removing from your deck. I think the cool thing would be that you could get a lot of variety, because everyone starts with a whole bunch of different kinds of cards, and it might go in very different directions.
Just makes tech cards harder to pick, but sure. Like, there's always a downside, so I don't know. Probably.
No, it's fair, and I think that's kind of like the thing is like you could take one knowing that you'll be able to get rid of one later.
Yeah.
At the cost of not being able to get rid of other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but HoboJoe says no, he got it. Checking the math here.
How much time is left, by the way?
So we had a little bit of a late start. I'll say 12:30 for the cutoff. I think we started about 10 minutes late. So he has about 20 minutes, give or take.
Oh, HoboJoe's off by 1 point. In the first ring, he took less than 20.
Oh,
It was 12.
12. Yep, my bad. I will switch that. There we go.
So yeah, I mean it's going to be pretty close race for second, potentially first, because we're only talking about a 13-point split right now between first and third.
Right.
And then it really depends on how Pahan finishes right now. That penalty is going to set him back a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's a minus 15.
And he's
Plus-
got to hurry. He's only got 10 minutes left.
So he'll have about 20 just because I started about 10
Oh, that's right. We
minutes
started late. I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
Twitch, yeah, like invalidated my token, and then I had to like scrounge to figure out where I'm supposed to regenerate it.
Weird.
Yeah. I'm not really convinced if Pahan will be able to get a flying kill either, which could set him back even more.
I don't think he can. It's really hard with carvers
Right.
to get enough damage.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty clear sort of indication that there is such a thing as being too careful in these final rounds, because you're playing up against some pretty strong players who are going to know things and have several plans to take risks like this early on that are going to pay off later, like the 5x dupe on the Reap card, whose name I've forgotten, or Nate's picking off the Overgorger and committing an alloyed construct to it and stuff. These are things they knew that they could do, and allowed them to take more risks early on, which puts someone who's playing the absolute safest route well behind in terms of points.
Right.
I mean, you could argue what safe means. Like it seemed pretty safe, judging by Nate's run.
Yeah.
So
But looking at it from like a ring one perspective, you might be worried about losing that Overgorger or something like that. And yeah, Nate knew he didn't really need to be worried about it, and that allowed for a greater score later on. Something that's sort of perceived as a risk that isn't actually a risk.
Pahan could be even taking some pyre damage here, it looks like. Yes, the Soul Crushing Guilt could get him 3 times 40.
like I'm not even convinced he gets through Divinity. Like he might get through this fight. But he's already struggling killing 2 heavies, right?
Right.
I guess the first waves are easier in Divinity.
Did take 10 there.
I think that the First of Kin infusion does sort of lean towards being able to somehow generate extra consume cards towards the end here as well, and they didn't really find any options to
Right.
get that done.
Right.
Either like Return
Yeah.
Soul or Broken Memories or Wound Connections or something that needs to be
Yeah.
used to juice up in the later fights.
Yeah, there are more cards that put consume on cards.
We don't talk about those.
You don't?
Well, you
I think the
convinced me
zero.
to use one of them some time ago,
Me-
and I said, "No, that card's total dumpster," and then you like laid out a bunch of good uses for it.
Like the 0 cost draw one is very powerful. Like it can set up infinites. It's
Yeah.
0 cost draw 3, right?
That's the extract one, right?
Yeah, I just can't remember the name right now. The other
So
one
I
is-
don't know that Pahan can actually kill Divinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
The Furnace Tap is also drawn at about the worst time possible here.
Yeah.
And he has to do that before the Bounding Echoes.
He might need to duplicate his furnace tap with his artifact here.
It's so hard though because he can't play a second
I-
unit if he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Echo Seedling. That's what it's called. Yeah, he's going to league, I think. And there are like 2 waves. Like if he gets the harvest wave, like do you know which waves are coming?
It changes per person. It's not the same. Depends on your shard count.
Oh wow, I thought it's not seat dependent.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's weird.
I thought, okay, something I didn't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
he
little
does.
weird.
And I
The
think
AI
playing the
moved.
hosting, and I think playing the hosting kin on Divinity might have been wrong too. But we'll see.
It's
Like last
also
turn.
like he needs to scale. So like Getty's trying to like prep floors, but every spell he plays not on that floor is one more trigger he's not getting.
Right.
Yeah. Like right now, like getting the harvest wave was rough. Does he even kill the mini boss? Like
I don't think so. I don't think he can scale fast enough.
he might need to soul cripple the mini boss. But then how does he deal with the harvest wave?
Okay, he's getting through this one. This next wave, though, will be a big test.
And I think not saving a consume. Well, he might have one still. He's got the furnace tap, so that is at least one consume he can do. Oh, and the right there.
This will be a pretty powerful turn, but he won't be able to play anything next turn other than 0 costs. And the turn after.
He doesn't have that many cards.
Yeah.
4 cards?
Yeah, 4
Let's see.
cards.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Can he still crushing guilt? I was gonna say he might want to. Well, I guess he can still crushing guilt the mini boss
Right.
I would-
If he
in the next
redraws
I,
it.
hand.
I might so question guild the other guy. Right?
To knock
The
him back and do
kills
more
it?
damage.
Yeah. If that's
It adds 119 damage, which means it'll still kill him. If he's soul crushing guilt, it adds the same amount of damage to the boss.
Right. 121 versus 120.
Yeah, exactly.
you might have needed the mini weakness card instead of the soul crushing guild.
Although I guess...
That was
Yeah.
offered.
Oh wait, no, he's good. Barely.
Yeah. I liked the slowdown there.
Next floor is probably no. He can kill them. Oh, he can't because he doesn't have
No
enough.
Ember.
But if he sends one of the front ones back,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. No, it's still not enough.
Yeah, this might be it.
I think he can send. He can send the second one. No, he can't. He can't send any of them. Yeah,
Basically,
he's dead.
yeah.
And not only that, he's got the other problem, which is his backliner starting to take damage.
Right.
And I think the next wave is too much to handle too. And then there's Spike's boss too. Which thinking if he had the melee weakness card right now instead, doesn't save him either. Right?
Right.
He might have saved him. I think playing the furnace tab might be wrong, but
Yeah, he gives up a lot of plays. I mean, you know, he's only getting about 100 to 120 damage more by playing it, but he's giving up all of those inspires and just spell damages by playing it.
And he's upgraded them, so they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage. They're also I think they're all infused, so they give 3 inspires. If he,
I would
if he
almost
slays.
maybe this is insane. I would almost be tempted to play engine upgrade enough times that you can play furnace tap and still have ember.
Yeah, although yeah, as long as you play it on a different floor. Oh, he's not even gonna Echo Seedling there.
I think you need the echo seedling on the furnace tab maybe. at some point. That would be what I would try to do. He just plays it now. Okay.
I feel like he might have forgotten that he had the echo seedling there for a moment. I mean, bounding echoes, is that really the choice of
Right.
The problem
echo
is
seedling?
You can't prep floors because you need
Yeah,
you need the
those
scaling.
inspires, yeah.
maybe you just play a turn 1. You're locked out of Ember for like 1 turn, and you have to
Well,
draw your other guy.
It's more than one turn.
Yeah, you don't play, so it's tough.
He's given up
The problem is
6/6 of
he
scaling.
can't really save his Echo Seedling either. I guess you just leak the second wave.
See, that I think was a mistake because yes, it saves him some damage, but like a single consuming card just kills that frontliner anyway.
Right.
Now he's forced to play Furnace Tab again.
Yeah.
I would try it. I would try to not play it.
Yeah. I think this might be GG here.
It adds like 100 damage right now, right? Something around that. I can't quite.
Yeah, about 100 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your how's the extract card called again?
Revenge of the Damned.
Yeah, it's basically similar damage output right now.
I guess this is a little bit better because he will be able to actually daze the mini boss.
Right. Save some pyre health.
Yeah, but he.
Oh, but he didn't draw it.
He has no Ember.
And he
oh my god.
Didn't draw it either. Well,
yeah, that's it.
It's a valiant effort.
See, but he draws 3 of
still
the
alive.
Revenge of the He draws 3 Revenge of the Damned here, right?
Yeah.
Which is probably more damage than.
Could kill one.
He can kill one of the backliners, and he can Soul Crush and Guilt the other.
But then he still
and that
has.
saves him. So it's 28 pyre health.
I think he might have been able to kill the boss though, if he didn't Ember Drain himself.
Oh, okay, he got through that. Hanging by a thread here.
But he can kill the.
Yeah, it could
well,
pierce.
actually, he can't kill the backline. Oh, are they piercing? There is a piercing one.
2 of them are piercing. He could pierce the first
I think
one.
You pierce the first and last.
Doesn't that make you survive? Then you Ember Drained again for the next turn. It's the sweeper, right?
The problem is that he's not getting the triggers. By not killing anything, he doesn't get the scaling.
Right.
They have to kill. Like, even if it's not ideal from like a damage perspective, you just have to get the kill. Yeah, it's tough. Really hard to play out.
Rip.
Valiant effort.
Hey, Pahan.
Hey.
Rough finish.
I completely messed up several times, so it deserved. I deserved it.
It was definitely
so displayed on my part.
Yeah, it was tough with the double carver to have enough strikes there.
Yeah,
it's pretty close though. Pretty close.
I mean, I think there probably is a line where you get through Divinity, but it's like super narrow.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I got baited by the multi-strike Ember Drain cards several times. I'm not sure if I played it correctly. Maybe too soon. I don't know.
The Furnace Tab,
same
yeah.
With, the Furnace Tab. Or same with the artifact with consume copies. I played it badly.
Oh, the Echo Seedling,
on the last reset, I completely forgot and messed it up.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what we had figured
Yeah.
that with the Bounding Echoes.
Yeah, that was a big misplay. I think if I don't mess this up, maybe I have a chance, but
Right, right.
Let's.
Maybe you need to copy the Avernus tab with that.
yeah, I thought about
On
it.
that side.
Maybe I should all in, but then I'm not playing cards for a long time, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Yeah,
I think playing it was less damage though at some points. Because you were able to play 3 of your Revenge of the Dams instead, which is more damage than just a Furnace Tap hit.
yeah, maybe.
So we have about. I would say let's do a 10-minute gap.
Sure.
So we just delay by like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that works.
And I'm going to go ahead and mute everybody. Really good performances. It's super tight at the top. And certainly there's still, like, I mean, if we get a murder seed, depending on how Gabriel set things up, still a chance that, Pahan, you could qualify. It is a little dire. But,
Go YOLO. That'd be my...
yeah.
Yeah, just take the sketches next time, or... right? Yeah.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I'll grab the other seed here.
Ah, yeah. I really want to play that Divinity fight now. Like Paint.
Yeah,
It'd
that'd
interesting
be...
if you could just jump in and I'll do it.
That's like one of the reasons I still love to play the game. Like situations like these,
Right.
trying to figure out, like for the runs that don't go as well as you would like to, right? That's
Trying to figure out the winning line.
yeah. Like you, like you can play that OpenTournament seed, right, and just click cards.
Right.
Yeah, or you could.
I'm just getting
I-
the scores prepped here.
Maybe a puzzle mode in Monster Train where it puts you in a fight that says, win.
That would be cool. You get like some kind of a weird deck, right? But that would be worried that there's only one solution, right? Basically. Maybe for community members to create those scenarios. That would be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like I had a really rough fight. Let's post this, and it goes into like a puzzle mode, and the smartest among us can sort of solve these almost impossible puzzles.
That'd be a good mod idea. I feel like maybe we could send that Rising
Probably
Dusk's
not
way.
It's probably not an easy way to do easy mod to do.
Right.
I would assume.
Especially with the seed generation, which I don't know if too many people even know. That's way over my head for sure.
Yeah.
So this next seed is root seeds with spears or frozen lances. I always call them spears, but they are technically frozen lances.
I love this clan
Launch,
combo
yeah.
pre DLC, but that's fallen off quite a bit for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I still like Incant. I don't feel it's always as strong as you think it will be, depending on the units.
Yeah.
Now, let me check my notes on this seed.
Make sure none of the participants can hear us. Yeah.
Yeah, check that. So, report.
So there's a double incant artifact if you go the way. Like in the qualifier seed, right?
Yeah.
Nobody found that one.
So my notes on this one were, seems easy, but patient caught me by surprise. So, yeah, this will be interesting. Oh, I think we lost somebody.
Woken can struggle with.
Who did we lose?
Patience.
We lost Nate. There we go. Make sure everybody's lined up. That's right. Okay.
You might want to just double check if you got the names right in your stream there, Sato, because they might have moved around now.
I think they're still lined up.
Oh no, they are still lined up.
Yeah.
Seems lined up, yeah.
So we'll probably give it
I mean, I can
5 more minutes or so here.
I mean, I can kind of see it's the card borders are different for each one. So that's how I know who's who right now.
I need to switch back to the blue one. I think the blue one's my favorite.
The old blue one.
I think it was one of the DLC ones.
Yeah, Friends and Foes, right? It's
Maybe.
the crystal one, right?
I think it looks
The
more
blue-
almost like a waxen. Almost, it reminds me. I don't think it is a waxen border, but it kind of reminds me of like Melting Remnant.
Oh, the light blue one.
Yeah, the light blue one. I think I'm the only one that likes that one.
Okay.
I think I've got mine set as the whatever the flex one is that you get for finishing the expert challenges.
Is that the one that Loxy has?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one I have it set to right now. I need to check. I like that one
I actually
too.
I like this one, Lox one, and I like the old blue crystal-y one, at least for like 2 of the. Like, it looks awesome when you're playing something like Station Guard
Yeah,
or Awoken.
is that the daily challenge one, the blue crystal-y one?
Yeah, I hated to get that one. Yeah.
Probably easier in the DLC now.
And I didn't like the Hell Rush one too.
Oh, that one's, especially as like time goes on, is just good thing I got that one early. It's hard to find anybody with Hell Rush these days.
Yeah.
For me, it helped me realize that I'd actually enjoy
Kinda
Hell
sad.
Rush as a game mode.
Yeah.
Because you're going for that challenge, so you try Hell Rush, and then you have to actually win, and there's this sort of reward for winning. So you tend to take the game quite a bit more seriously for those. I think it's 2 or 3 wins.
I wish they had Covenant 25 Hell Rush for just the random match making, although maybe there's just not enough people that would play it.
Yeah, but maybe for like custom ones, for custom it's possible, right?
Custom it is possible, yeah.
Yeah, at least that's.
Granted, I feel like if I do a custom, I still wouldn't do Hell Rush just because Hell Rush prevents you from like finishing it, which is always dissatisfying. Like, so basically if you win early, everybody dies, it won't let you finish it.
Hmm.
Well, Tom is a Fish had this idea to sort of try and win streak with a partner through fast Hell Rush timed Covenant 25 runs. I am down to get that game.
Nice.
Fast timer is brutal. I think I didn't manage to win a single time.
That's actually, yeah, just see if how many we can do with Covenant 25 fast timer, if it's actually like...
Like, there are things that are just impossible. Like, if you have like incant stuff, like the animations just take way too long.
Morsel made.
Or like if you if you have to play morsels, yeah, exactly. It just takes too long. I don't know. Like, you could just high roll into Sketches Shadow Siege or something.
True. Just let it
Like-
naturally resolve.
Basically do the world record strat, right? But I don't know.
All right. Let's go here. Give him the countdown here.
Hard seems to like daddies, I guess. Judging by his chat comment.
Hart is one that's pretty good at building up them scores.
Oh yeah.
Right? So daily challenges is kind of his playground. So,
He's genuinely good at playing interesting decks. Like when we still had the how did Nate call it? The never give up.
Oh, the never
Seeds.
give up seeds. Yeah.
Hard always had the most interesting decks.
Yep.
Probably speaks for his experience in daily challenges.
What do you guys think of Vine Mother Animus's feed here?
Oh wait, I have to. I think Vine Mother is decent.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
supports the incant line.
yeah, exactly. And like
Yeah,
worst
it's-
case
it-
scenario, if you can infuse that into like an endless mollusk mage or something like that, then you're crushing at that.
It's also a unit that
Very speculative thing.
is also known in the early game, right? It gives you a lot of damage too.
Right. 10 damage is pretty
And
relevant.
you're not-
then.
You're not as sad to lose it, I think.
Yeah.
So, I think it's... An Animus of Speed is rough ring 1, I think. So, it's...
Think they'll see. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any way he can get that collector.
So Nate picked Root Split Mask. Which I think is probably a good idea if you're
Yeah.
trying to not take pyro damage, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It gives you a lot more time.
I like that.
Yeah. And it opens
And,
up
like,
a lot
Jack's-
of small defensive strategies, which is nice.
And I think you have Glimmers in the deck and things. Maybe Jackstrips is not as relevant. And
Looks like HoboJoe gets the first kill here.
he also decided to pick Animus. It's a lot of
Yeah.
damage early game, right?
Right. And probably could be a good infusion into the Siren if that's what he ends up needing.
I don't know. I think the Animus of Speed infusion is usually a trap. At least my experience with it.
Yeah.
It's just you lose so much value by just right.
Right.
Like you can have such good effects in that slot, and you waste it with quick. Like sometimes it's necessary, yeah.
Also against Patient, quick can be kind of a downfall. A lot of times it just guarantees that Patient gets its full damage in on you.
Roxy
Yeah.
providing with both of her units. So
Sound hello. Aw.
There's Cod Raziel's favorite card there.
I mean, you
Yeah,
picked that,
exactly.
You win, right? Even with no heals, you got a glimmer there. That's enough.
Yeah, you got two
Two
glimmers.
Like
That's twice as much as you need.
I mean, in theory, you just need enough spikes to kill backline, right?
Right.
And as long as Sound Hollow isn't your carry, basically, it doesn't really matter how much heal you have. I mean, True Glimmers is rough though.
Ooh, you see, HoboJoe went with the spell chain on the Preserve Thorns. Looks like Nate did it on the Razor Sharp Edge.
Putting it on the
Did
Preserve
anyone pick up
Thorns.
the Olive Blade? Wish
Oh, Spikes boss. Bye bye.
It was nice knowing you, Animus's feed.
Haste combat with Spikes boss. That's another thing you have to be prepared for in this with this set of mutators, right? Is that on ring 2 you're already running into sweeps and spikes,
Right.
most likely. So you kind of have to try to get some defense online, some kind of defensive scaling. I also think the armor trial was ambitious. So he's probably going to leak, yeah.
Ooh, hopefully Nate can at least keep his Siren alive here. Looks like it. Probably not too sad to lose Seavine Weather at this point. Also, I mentioned this yesterday, but in case anyone wasn't aware, if you do get your final hit and die against a Spikes enemy, it does not actually purge your unit. But I don't think we'll get to witness that here.
That could have been relevant though. Ooh, a lodestone totem.
Yeah, that's a choice right there. You got a pretty
Doesn't help
safe,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, one trouble there is like, well, I suppose it's not that much trouble since you'd have to win Relentless on the floor anyway. I was thinking like sapping the boss, sending it to the pyre is not a plan
Right.
Oh,
when you delete your units by doing.
the problem with Loxolotl Totem, it doesn't help you get flying kills, right?
Right, right.
I think Wilting Zephyr is good with Good Seeds. It's like one of his best, its best use cases.
With root
I think it's
seeds?
a pretty, yeah. I think it's a
Yeah.
pretty
Okay.
it's a pretty underpicked unit, I think. But it needs Endless now, right?
Right.
To actually
Yeah.
survive.
Feel sorry for anyone who doesn't go left there just before the first flying boss, because there's an Eel Gorgon and damn, I just forgot the name, but the piercing thorns, or the piercing sting artifact, as well as an Eel Gorgon, both exist on that side.
Looks like Loxy was
There's a good
able to
winning
actually keep her Vine Mother alive. I think the only one to do so.
I noticed like a certain level of increased aggression in Nate's play of late. A
little more YOLO.
Really goes all in. He's not quite as reckless as I am, but like he's getting me.
I think sometimes that's the right thing to do, though.
Yeah, when you gotta get the
Like,
points made up.
yeah, or like in general too. Like, people always play very, not always, but very often play very conservatively, right?
Right.
So sometimes it's just right to go all in, to have like 80, 90 shards on Daedalus or something, right? Because
Do you
like,
think
you might not see a temple you might not see a temple for like 3 floors, right? And like suddenly you have to juggle another unit and stuff like that. It can backfire a lot to not do that.
Right.
So.
Do you guys think Loxy will go with the Eel Gorgon here?
She's
With the
really
root seeds?
ailing over the decision. I mean, God of the
With the root
Unnamed
seeds?
isn't entirely useless, but the Eel Gorgon is...
Nate's looking a little rough here. This is the thing with double Exploder Daedalus. It's certainly risky at times.
Without backline clear.
He's probably looking at a dead... Like, I'm thinking he could Crypt Builder, Sting. Well, that's still going to kill everything. Yeah, it's not looking good. Maybe
Pahan picked the Thorn Dollar.
Oh!
a man
Hey,
after, he's after your own heart there, Cod.
Yeah. I don't think I would have had the goal to pick Thorn Hollow here, but hey, I'm glad somebody did.
I could see it, even if you can't get the spikes too relevant. At the end of the day, it is a pretty good tank just to help get through these rings. I think that's what a lot of these players are going to run into here on Daedalus, is they don't have a good tank. HoboJoe, I think, because he had enough incants, is looking fine, but Nate, I think, is going to have to restart here because he's just losing all of his units.
Yeah, there's no light at the end of the tunnel, but so few turns have passed that one wonders if there's anything even do to save the right unit.
You know, I guess if you can keep them all alive, it's a tall order, but if you can do it. Yeah, he needs to basically incant. It's those, you know, he might be fine. He might be fine. This is
Yeah, just losing the siren is rough.
right. But you know, if he can hit a Merchant of Steel within a reasonable amount of time, get some health added to both these units, or you know, just depending on what units are offered. Looks like HoboJoe gets through there.
Seemed like he took damage though at some point, right?
That was ring 2. He took 5.
Ring 2, okay.
Uh-oh, moment of truth here for Nate.
Yeah.
I think he's losing his. I think he's losing his totem for sure.
Probably both. It looks like.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna have
shame.
to. Yeah. So restart 3.
But how do you play this differently, right? Like.
Yeah, he's
That's what I was thinking. Like,
gonna really have to prepare for that ring where he just couldn't get to that grenade.
The grenade.
I mean, he does have the Petrified Skull, which he could sacrifice now if it means protecting a unit. That's a decision he may need to make.
Right. Looks like Pahan also took 5 on ring 2. See, Loxy having that tank is really helping her out here.
Yeah, especially with all those extra stings and stuff. That boss is going to get sapped pretty hard. I think.
Right. And Loxy has a little bit different of a requirement than the other players, because she has that nice lead. She really just has to finish out the run without taking too much damage. So I do like the lodestone here, the lodestone play. She doesn't necessarily need to go for flying kills. She just needs to win, essentially.
Look at
So
how
far
many
it's
cans she gets against this boss now. That's ridiculous. With thorns and all that stuff going on there, it's crazy.
Did you see if she took the Eagorgon?
I don't think she did.
She was ailing over it for a while, and then things started happening on Nate's screen. And
I think even with the multi-strike on the Siren, this might still be better to pick it. But
Definitely,
like, if Nate gets through
Nate's looking much better here.
if Nate gets through this now, he has an Eagorgon, right?
Right.
Which has the highest potential, especially with Root Seeds and a Razor Sharp Edge, to get
not
flying
to
kills
mention
later on.
the stingamajigs, which he could intrinsic and do. And I'm terrible with names of commands. They're not called stingamajigs, they're called preserved thorns. I mean, each one of those gives 6 strikes to your Eel Gorgon on turn 1 if you intrinsic them, and Twinstone them. That's probably not the kind of play you want to go for here.
Like what you could do is basically play a floor with Lodestone Totem and Eagorgon, and that's all your defense you need. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Nate did exactly what I was thinking, is that Siren to see into the Eagorgon is probably better long term
Right.
than trying to make Sirens work. Like, Sirens are still slow, like, it's not the fastest scaling in the world. So
Oh, wow, Nate removed the Lodestone Totem.
I think
That
it's a
is-
threat to his next round, so he just...
I wonder if he meant to do that.
that's an interesting decision. Because now he needs to worry about keeping it alive, but I guess he has Glimmers,
True.
and he's awoken, so it should be possible, I think.
I do worry about his ability to kill Patient at this point. That would be my only concern.
Oxy has made her Vine Mother endless.
Oh
I
yeah,
would have probably
Patient.
put the Vine Mother onto something and made that endless with something that's relying this heavily on incants. Like the idea of just playing it on a lower floor before you need it and generating a bunch of stings for your deck.
HoboJoe is flying through. Looks like another flawless victory.
There aren't many ways to deal with Patient Seraph, right? Like, Awoken doesn't have much.
Right. Basically, you're relying on the dazed of Stygian, if you can find it, or Sap.
And I think Nate needs to be careful that he doesn't reduce his...
I wonder if I could see maybe something. I'm thinking maybe what he's thinking is he needs a flying kill after that restart to make up some ground on HoboJoe.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's the thought, just, throw defense to the wind and go all in on trying to get these Eel Gorgons going. Because he could dupe this one and he'll have 2 of them on the floor. Take one.
It's like the worst...
Yeah.
It's a very bad situation right now.
Right.
He's not going to get many incants here. Oh, he drew 3 things, never mind.
Joe grabbing a first Hell Pact, something that's very it's well sought after, even if they didn't have the the X cost caverns cards, I think with Awoken in the running, you get a lot of potential value from the first health pack there.
HoboJoe gets
think
a lot of incounts out of that.
I think it's interesting that Nate's picked the armor totem. I think it's
Doesn't really work with the Eelgorgon too well.
yeah, and like you're trying to heal anyways, right?
Right.
I suppose it depends on the damage per wave. It would allow him to tank slightly larger waves, given the fact that the Eelgorgon is all he has, and he can put it in front as a sort of buffer unit later on when the waves get heavier. So, like, it has its uses.
Like it's weird. Like you could slap antlers on it, right? And then you have something for Patient Seraph, maybe?
I'm a bit
Then you have
surprised that Nate didn't go for the Hell Vent on his Eelgorgon there.
I think you don't need it yet. Like, probably okay to wait. I'm surprised it didn't take Pyro.
Because he could maybe get a flying kill on the Ring 6 boss with 2 of them, I feel.
I would have picked the Pyro if I was Nate.
Yeah.
To be able to play my root seeds more consistently without having to...
He's
Cost-
not really able to play out his
cost-
full hands here.
Yeah, I think that mean more incants in the end.
Right.
Like, sure, he can spam stings now. That's... At least has the artifact that makes things better. So... at this point...
Another clean one from
HoboJoe, another
HoboJoe.
clean one. Like, he knows what his deck is doing, and it's working out for him. Another Sting artifact for Loxy there. That's the Sting artifact's double whammy. And with
Like, you could-
the still living Vine Mother, that's substantial power.
Yeah.
Like, you could have picked the Descent cards. The Restoring Retreat here as HoboJoe. And hope... Like, this could have been an option for Patient Seraph later, maybe. Like, you get the Daze artifact, for example.
Yeah,
Or
even
to
if you
just-
don't, it allows you to move Seraph from the floor while you do your thing. So it's like that as well.
Yeah, that was at least worth a consideration, I think. But he ended up skipping all the cards, so... Now Nate picks the Pyro. Interesting. So he knows.
Always sad to see multi-strike when you can't use it.
I still don't like that you can't put incant armor on Eelgorgon.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you lose it, but like it's most of the time still better than a plus 25 or
Right.
a plus.
Right. Yeah, if you're
Right.
incanting, especially if you have like a Railhammer or something.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, sure, maybe not. But when you put like incant armor with the infusion, right?
Yeah.
That works,
Right, right.
that is okay. But no, the shop upgrade. No.
25 gold? We're not gonna let you do it. 25 shards? Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I do understand with like quick or multi-strike or something, and that you can't just do that. It's probably a good decision, but with some things, it's like,
It also doesn't tell you that that's a thing you're not going to be able to do on the card.
Right.
It doesn't say it cannot have status effect upgrades applied to it or something like that.
yeah. Telltale Shame on the skull. So HoboJoe picked the damage shield card, probably for
Patient.
Patient Seraph, I would assume. Yeah.
If I could do it over again, that's probably what I would do.
I think the damage shield card is my most picked card on that event,
Yeah.
which I think a lot of people disagree with. At least from what I saw on Discord sometimes.
I've been more open to it lately. I usually take the skull just because it's such a nice way to deal with the problems that usually come up with my decks, but one thing's for certain, I never take the sword.
Bit of a bummer that Arcus has stealth now, otherwise Nate would be
Right.
wrecking some serious face right now.
Right. And I suppose that also makes sense then that he didn't do the early Hell Vent on the Eel Gorgon, because he wouldn't have been able to get the flying kill anyway.
I think you basically, like, you don't need the Eel Gorgon at all, usually. Like, it's basically just for flying kills, right?
Right.
So, I'm still interested to see if you can deal with Patient Seraph.
You know,
Yeah.
Jack
now.
in the chat pointing out that Nate has a twin stone on his
Honest.
heel stick,
Mm-hmm.
and
He does. Yeah.
you know he's also got the wing clippings. So there's a strong possibility that he gets to just straight up kill a bunch of units in a particular match.
Oh, right.
Pretty solid. Petrified Skull. There we go.
I think HoboJoe just leaked, right?
He didn't, I don't think, because the unit was sapped.
Oh yeah, of course. Because he's missing a few points of health, right? That's why I was thinking.
Yeah, just from that early 5 that he took. Ring 2, I think it was. It's going to be certainly a lot of sap on Arcus here.
Kind of nasty. The incanter on the floor with the incant shard. So you basically.
Yeah, he had, I think a few waves ago he had to deal with that. It was pretty brutal.
Arcus can, like, usually I think he's easier than Fel. But sometimes even on the curse version of him, he puts his daze thing on the bottom floor, and you're like,
Right.
right? It's
Yeah.
like-
Yeah, I when I started not taking as many shards, like I used to go pretty crazy with shards. I would hate Arcus because like 2 of the versions get massive amounts of stealth from shards, but I think once I started taking less shards early, Arcus wasn't too bad.
Now the early shards thing is definitely something that you have to learn coming into the DLC, because everything
Yeah.
on paper sounds so powerful, but you're also causing some trouble for yourself down the line.
Right.
Yeah, it's oftentimes that you end up like just on the edge of dying and surviving if you picked too many shots too early.
It's also weird, like the RNG component of it, like the way it basically chooses which enemies are going to be affected by the shards can be different depending on the seed.
Yeah, and even the bosses that show up, right? Some get
Right.
crazy, some get like crazy. Like the guy that
The
on Ring
multi-striker.
4, that a sense, yeah, suddenly gets like multi-strike.
Party boy. Yep.
Yeah, party boy, exactly. Which is like, and the other guy gets like 2 spikes or something.
Right. Right.
Like, so you can, the RNG there is also, it can differ a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think Party Boy is actually, at least the way how I play the game, it's one of the bosses I die the most to.
Same. I wish I could actually get that
That's all.
in the data. Unfortunately, they don't record like which minor boss you face. But I'd be really curious to see. I would have to imagine that Party Boy is by far the most deadly of the Ring 4s.
I can't
Yeah,
remember the
because
fourth.
The Scourge, the Shuffler guy.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had that guy in this run.
Right.
In the seat. And, yeah, that guy is like
He's not
when
too
he summons
bad.
with
He's just
when he
janky.
summons with Ember Drain, and suddenly you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I missed my holdover card or something, and but generally I don't think he's that bad.
That one catches me with my pants down quite often when he comes in with the Ember Drain.
For the longest time, I couldn't understand it either. I'm like, wait, why am I Ember trained? Like somebody had to point it out to me.
I think there were some units that spawned with Ember Drain too that they removed, right?
I think
At some
so.
point?
Yeah. It just like started to get too confusing. Wow, Nate flew through that one.
I think Nate is set up here, unless like maybe patient. Let's see.
He does have the Frenzied Swarm, so he has an option to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, he got the holdover on it. That should hopefully get him there.
Oh. Now I'm sad.
You wanted to see a blaze of glory?
I want to see him deal with it,
Yeah.
like in a normal way, right?
Right.
I guess it's not intrinsic now. But now he ends up
He'll come
duping
up
the.
against a very difficult turn 1 decision.
Right, depending on where he spawns.
But he seems pretty confident because he's just trying to get shards now.
Lox seems to be doing fine too. Didn't take damage.
Yep.
I would have liked Hell's Banners here for Nate, but he went nuts on the artifacts in the first section of the shot.
Ooh, is HoboJoe gonna lose his Lodestone Totem? That could be the difference. Well, better play that preserve. No reason not to, right?
Yeah.
He's
I think he's analysing his deck to see if there's like something he could have done to not lose the Lodestone Totem here.
right.
Like
I mean,
he
it's
just
a pretty
needs to
big
know that
decision.
that he didn't take the.
Uh-oh. Did you see actually
Daze card,
Nate
right?
did actually need to restart there. I didn't catch what happened. I saw he was on the bottom. Just taking too long. Well, he's going bottom again.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the one
Oh,
Ember there.
and-
If he'd taken the Hell's Banners, he would have been able to set up much nicer than he has.
So we basically have a restart from Joe as well on 7. If Nate could have done this without restarting, that might have... I mean, that would have put him, I think, on par with Joe, and then he would win on time. He does have the holdover Frenzied Swarm.
Also, Pahan has 3 Sirens on a floor and also an Indus Titan Sentry, so he's going the most Stygian run of them all.
Yeah, the Endless Titan Sentry. I know if Dusk is watching, he'll be appreciative of that.
I think Sanguine as well.
Yeah.
It has gotten worse after the DLC.
I think it's pretty good if you self-infuse it. That was, I think, the key for me in like falling back in love with it. I just noticed Pahan still has a steward. Oh, you know what? he can't get rid of that steward, can he? Because it can't get purged from the
We
deck.
should give extra points. We should get extra points for having stewards in the deck in the end.
Yeah. Wait, I can't remember. Does Hope for Peace make the units purge? I know it used to. Yeah.
There were some very weird interactions with it at
Yeah.
some point where you could duplicate units and stuff. Yeah, but I think they fixed a lot of this.
It's not looking good. Okay, Nate should be fine. He's not going to get a flying kill, though.
You got set up at least.
Right.
This is where that
I think
retreat would
I
have
think-
given him value.
I think Nate reset though, right?
He did reset, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Probably no,
What
no point in the
happens
flying
then
kill.
is yeah. And like if you take fire damage, that doesn't count either, right?
Right, yeah, basically you just lose all the points for that ring, regardless of anything extra you did.
So-
I think he should probably... Yeah, he's fine.
That's a very tough punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess
So HoboJoe gets through with the reset there.
Your predictions about Seraph were pretty spot on so far, with them both having to restart there.
Right. Well, Joe had to restart on 7. We'll see. I think with that... I think with his Lodestone Totem, it'll be a lot easier, but we'll see.
he also has the damage share, right?
Right.
But you're right. Card probably jinxed it now. So
Loxy's put her Lodestone Totem onto the Vine Mother, which is continuing to be
Yeah,
a very
that's pretty
important
nice.
part of her deck. It's pretty great.
I mean, Loxy has not taken one bit of fire damage yet, so she's... Unless something bad happens in the next 2 rings, she's pretty locked in. Locked in, shall we say.
I see what you did there.
Oh, Nate's putting in some good damage there.
yeah, he's probably going to get the flank kill easily here, I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is when the Divinity being on all the floors at the same time really works to his disadvantage.
So
Clearing the floor with stings there.
if he can get the flying kill here without resetting, his hope is that HoboJoe can't get the Seraph fight without resetting, and then he would win on time. But if HoboJoe gets through without resetting, it's looking pretty bleak for Nate here. Actually, HoboJoe also
be
did
interesting
just
because
get extra shards too.
There is
Lox
the
has
flank
the
kill.
most
Flying
points
kill.
right now, right?
Lux, oh yeah, definitely.
So if Nate and HoboJoe get more flying kills than her, maybe it's going to be close, right? In the end.
We'll see. I mean, Loxy. So Nate had 2 restarts on this seed. He did get the 1 flying kill, but the two resets do put him back 30. It'll be really interesting to see.
Oh yeah, he has another.
Right, the ring 3 he also restarted.
Well,
Yeah, ring 3. Yeah.
Well, you have a shot, Nate. The way I'm looking at it is if HoboJoe has to reset this fight, then you'll probably win on time. But if he can get through without resetting, it might be pretty bleak.
yeah, honestly, that Seraph, I am so mad.
Yeah. So what? I caught. I didn't catch a.
I played both Gorgons. That was it.
And then they just.
If I don't
died.
play both Gorgons like I didn't, I can
Right.
play because the whole point was I needed enough draw, and by playing both Gorgons, I couldn't play my 3 stings because I couldn't do the So that was it. It was literally just I just needed to get to Frenzied Swarm and I was fine.
Yeah.
And that's what I did the second time, and then it was good.
Right.
But how are the others doing? I haven't actually looked at them yet.
So, HoboJoe did
Could've done
restart
it.
on 7.
Maybe you would have been fine even. I guess
Yeah,
you lost both, right? No.
Yeah, both 3 and 8. 3 both came down to playing an Eel Gorgon at the wrong time. So as long as I don't play the Eel Gorgon at the wrong time, I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
Although it did scare the hell out of me to go into that one ring with just the Eel Gorgon.
Yeah. And it was like not upgraded at that point too, right?
No, it was upgraded, but like having it be upgraded doesn't really do much because it's just like 30 health.
Right.
It's not really. My goodness. Is everybody doing similar stuff with the Eel Gorgon, or do we have different styles?
No, actually, again, kind of you and Joe did the only similar thing. The only difference is he kept his lodestone totem and is just going with 1 Eel Gorgon.
Okay.
But Loxy has.
Like he's restarting.
Yeah, I think the lodestone totem ended up putting enough sap on.
One thing about
Yeah, he's
Loxy's
good.
situation right now is with that thing costing 3 to replay, you can't be just relying on it as a jump blocker.
Loxy does lose her lodestone totem / I mean, who knows?
It's not endless, but it costs 3 Ember to play it every turn.
Yeah, but she was
Right.
already way ahead of me, and she hasn't restarted yet, has she?
No, or taking damage.
She would literally have to not be able to beat Seraph, I think.
Right.
And but she did lose her lodestone. Is that what you said?
I guess it's on endless, so it didn't matter.
Oh, it's a lodestone.
Divine Mother.
Yeah.
Fine,
Yeah.
Divine Mother.
So HoboJoe is through that round.
There she goes, protecting the Vine Mother. That's, I believe, a necessary thing at this point.
Yeah.
Just that Lox is probably not going to get flying kills, right?
Doesn't look like it.
This is not a flying kill there.
No.
Yeah, that's frustrating because I think if I don't restart, I get second place at least.
I think so. Yeah.
Well-
even I think even if you just did 1 restart,
Less.
although I guess maybe you might have still lost to 2 pack shard points. I think, but actually no, because you got a flying kill on HoboJoe. Well, we'll see. He'll probably get a flying kill on the Divinity. If he doesn't though, then yeah, definitely just the 1 restart. Probably would have been fine with just 1. It's harder for him to get the flying kill because he only has the 1 Eel Gorgon.
Eel Gorgon. Yeah. I also made the mistake. I mean, I could add more shards too if I hadn't have gotten rid of all my frozen lances.
Oh,
Right?
for the spell damage.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not going to be the reason that I didn't get there. No, he looks like he's going to probably get flying kill. I would guess on the second boss. Maybe earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he's about halfway through the health there. Not getting a whole lot of damage in this turn, though. I guess 500.
Pretty clean on Seraph there. So things looking
Extra
all right
points
in the
too.
front. Yeah, got those play out all your cards bonus points. There.
Pahan again. A little bit behind.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah.
This will be interesting for Loxy. I guess once Divinity's sapped, it's probably better. But these first few turns are a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, I'm also curious if she's able to clear a lot of those backliners
Right.
later on with spikes and extinguish triggers.
You know, I
Like, she
don't...
might take...
Actually, HoboJoe does not get the flying kill.
Interesting. But he should get the kill here. Yeah.
Right.
And that gives him, easily enough points because he's going to get more than 30. He'll get
314, it looks like. Yeah, so if you didn't get the other restart, you'd be ahead.
Yep.
That was so close. That was like 2 incants away or something.
Well, if Loxy doesn't complete Divinity, you're in, Nate. So
I think that's unlikely, but encouragement. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think the sap is just too heavy. Like yeah, she won't get a flying kill, but when you have Divinity sapped, to minus 60 damage, you can go relentless.
Right.
I guess it happens to me. Here's some leaks.
Yeah. I mean, if this
Yeah.
mini
He does
boss...
have the extra fire armor, though, which does give her a little bit of play.
Yeah, they did get that big pyre armor boost, which is, certainly
there you
going to
go.
help in her case. Or,
Big spell
kill the
damage
wave,
also high.
I guess.
And
And
even
she
if
has-
she does get leaks, they're going to get like super sapped. They're not going to do much damage to the pyre.
Right.
But she
Those
has
sirens
Root
have
Mask right
full
now.
strikes, don't they?
Oh, she does have root split.
So it's going to take a bit until she leaks.
I don't think she will.
Yeah.
I think her spells are too strong too.
Yeah, I guess then with all of those units on top that could damage the pyre even through Zap, if they have to stay up there two turns, it's probably not going to be a problem. That didn't make sense, right?
No, I read you.
Okay. Kind of forgot what I was trying to say.
It happens. I'm well aboard that train as well.
Yeah.
And now her sirens are doing more than enough damage. Can she get a flying kill? It's pretty hard to get through that many.
Yeah, I don't think she'll get a flying kill, but
It's possible.
I think it's possible.
I'm thinking that specifically the flying boss, if she can get enough damage, or not the flying boss, the next boss on the next floor,
yeah,
she could rack. I mean, she's getting 700 damage right now,
right.
and she'll be able to get 2 more strikes in. That's 1,000 damage.
I would play this mid floor. Yeah, exactly. Oh wow.
Maybe hoping to
Besides not to.
redraw into it.
So here's the question: does she have enough? She gets it.
Gets the crypt builder.
So
Yeah.
she can hit him with it. It's not that much damage, though.
Right.
I don't think so. No.
But it does sort of allow her to kill off the little dude at the back there, which kind of helps with
Yeah.
the divinity damage here. Even though she has like 9 million
And then
strikes.
she's got it. There's no
Yeah.
way she doesn't kill here.
Yep. Because all
Going
that
for the
Zap.
bonus points again. Missed the bonus points by playing an X-Cost card first.
Yeah, but do you count dead weights for your extra scores?
No, well, dead weights mean you get less. If you have dead weights in your hand at the end, then you get 1 point. Please, nobody take me seriously. There's a long-standing goof.
Well, it looks like that'll put Loxy in at 340. It's probably worth, double checking all these scores. But tentatively, it looks like Loxy at 340, HoboJoe at 314, and Never Nathaniel at 301. Very close match, but we'll do an official recount here and make sure everything's correct.
I just make sure I wasn't supposed to be in the finals.
Oh crap! Turns out COD was supposed to be. Okay, we gotta sub you back in.
Pahan might struggle with Seraph too.
Right. Lack
Did you
of
see
defense.
if did you see if he picked up the days?
I think it comes
Because I
this
did.
ring. I think it's like the final ring that you get it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was after now. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Because I think without it, like I guess he could play 2 sirens plus his oh no, it's plus his shark. Maybe that's the line that could work.
Right.
It's not fully upgraded either. That's just endless, right? He doesn't have another upgrade now.
Yeah, just base, and I don't think it's self-infused either. He could go for the final hell vent and go for that self-infuse, I suppose.
I don't think. I don't know.
Well,
One thing
Loxy,
about Pahans,
you've locked in first place.
Awesome. Ah, that's great news.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I tried to play
Yeah,
that
that was a
one
very smooth
pretty
run.
safely. Patient was the main issue, I think, with that run, and just
Yeah.
trying to solve that was the main struggle. And so I just tried to play safe, knowing that I had a bit of a lead. So I'm glad that worked out.
No ego then, huh?
And if I hadn't autopiloted, I'd be going against you. But I autopiloted on Seraph and lost both of my eel gorgons in the second turn, so had to
Oh,
restart.
oh, that hurts.
It's fine.
Is this the furthest you made? Nate, how far?
I've gone to a final. So there was a tournament a long time ago that I didn't run. I got to the finals there, and then I've gotten to the semifinals before as well in the tournaments that I've started. This is probably the closest I've gotten to the finals since I've been running the tournament, though.
I think you were at the finals, the first one that I won.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I remember it was like you, me,
We're on Indian was
Karius.
hosting.
Right, exactly.
so who hosts next time now? I thought it was the winner of Semi and
Normally
Loxy.
Normally it's the winner, but only if the winner feels comfortable hosting.
Yeah, there's that Frenzied Swarm. It's at the very final pick.
Yep. Yeah,
Like,
that was what I needed.
If you guys both wanted to play, I'd be cool if Sato and I could host one. I mean, yeah, we've seen enough of the ins and outs of this that if you guys wanted to actually play together again, I'd be more than happy to do it.
Have you guys done scoring before? I guess we could walk through that. It's not too difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on how we could make it even a little more foolproof. But,
The scoring?
Yeah. Not the just the actual sheet.
The spreadsheet.
Right.
To you specifically move that one formula for Pyroshard damage so that you don't accidentally modify that formula? Or something different?
Well, that first of all, yeah, we could probably lock that. Lock things that can break. But I'm also thinking for like the way we calculate the restart subtraction could probably be a little more streamlined. Have a few ideas there. Yeah.
Yeah, you could just do like a restart and then a column for each ring number.
Right. That's what I was thinking. You basically have the score per column or per ring, column per ring. Yeah.
No, that makes sense because what you could even do is just put shard damage in each column, and if it's blank, you get 0 points. If there's a number in there, you get points based off completion plus damage taken.
Right.
And if there's a restart, you put like an X.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just do like a if formula. If there's an X there, subtract it.
So I may have to disappoint. I have the time to stay, but we were gonna, after I was done with the tournament, we were gonna take our daughters to go see some holiday stuff.
Yeah.
So if you guys are cool to handle the finals, and I will watch it as a spectator after.
Sure.
I might actually eat out of this, which is bizarre.
No, that's
Totally. Have at it, Nate.
Totally understood. Thanks. Thanks. Really close there, Nate. But yeah, still well played. Regardless, it was a strong run.
And I'll stay until at least Pahan finishes. I was just thinking after I might take off. So I in terms of like the next tournament again, I talk with the other players, or specifically Pahan when he comes out, but I really like the idea of this kind of like card management style tournament.
Yeah.
Where you start with way more cards than you're used to. You can remove a card after every fight, and you get double cards when you pick cards, and having it be really about like how do you deck build with these weird constraints.
Right. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it sounds good to me as well. I mean, from a watching perspective, making these sorts of important decisions, as anyone who's watched my play can attest. I'm not that great with them, but I do like to see these good decisions being made, and I think deck building is pretty much the core of decision making in this game.
Yeah, and
I like it more.
I feel like I was just gonna say, I feel like in general, the deck building of this tournament was very strong. There were some that struggled with the deck building aspect, but I think there's been a lot of like tactical mistakes that have cost people a lot, versus just straight up like deck building wrong.
Right.
Which has been cool. And there's been a pretty strong variety as well.
Right. Tactical as in like in the battle itself.
Yes, exactly.
I like that more than I like those mutators more than the ones we have right now, since it doesn't lock out a whole clan basically.
Yeah.
And I think that the permadeath mutator might be a bit too punishing for this kind of tournament setup.
But, you know, even despite it being super punishing, I think everyone kind of handled it really well so far.
Yeah, like as I've said in the past, this tournament is a large part about being a responsible player as well. You can really see the difference between a responsible player and a reckless idiot when you have things like permadeath in there as well.
I just worry that those mutators turn people off, right? Like if you put like permadeath in there or something.
I mean, we've got a pretty good showing this time.
I would also still, at some point, I don't know when, I would like to do a speedrunning tournament, but the problem is it's just that like there's like 2 people. And I no, Gabriel, you started doing it as well.
Yeah.
I also saw somebody was posting into the Discord around doing really well as well. So maybe there'd be enough.
Yeah, I think if you made that the focus of the tournament, then people would practice it like they do these mutators and stuff. I mean, I would certainly practice speedrunning and give it a whirl. Oh, you
I
could make it
won't.
primitive sketches, and the winner is the person with the most units at the end.
I just think Covenant 25 speedrunning is very interesting. It's different than the Covenant 0, Covenant 1, where
Yeah.
it's like you kind of autopilot. There's standard runs, you just kind of go through the motions. I really like the idea of a Covenant 25 speedrun. No mutators, just like raw
Just whoever can get to the
speed.
finish first.
Yeah, and I would do set seeds.
Right. So everybody has the same RNG.
Yeah, I think it makes the 4-panel watch very interesting as well, to be able to compare.
Yeah.
But now, do they get to play the seeds before the tournament? Because that would be even more interesting. They could like sort of master the seeds to like pretty much the same way people would master a game of Super Mario or something like that.
Ooh. Not certain. I'm also not certain how we would do qualifiers. I guess you do in-game time, but there are some like bugs where you can get insanely low in-game times by doing weird stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, submit a video, right?
Yeah, but I think that's a huge burden on players. Like, not everybody records, not everybody streams. I think you severely limit the pool if you require them to submit a video.
Like for me, I would like to stream, but I just don't have the setup to record at all. I don't think my old computer here can handle that at all. Right.
I mean, if you can stream the run to Discord, surely there is some way you can record.
The one other
Yeah,
problem
it's just that the game runs slower for me than if I
yes,
record.
that's what I was
That's
going to
true.
say. That's actually a problem. When I switched to my laptop, which has a much better specs, I could, on average, reduce my speed run times by like 10-15%. It's significant. Like, this was, I don't know if you guys, this was a long time ago when I was still racing against Sinus, and we were both racing basically the same runs, same seeds, and he would consistently get anywhere from like 30 to 45 seconds faster because his computer was better than mine.
I guess the only way you make it fair then is to make it an Xbox thing, right? Then everyone's going to go out and buy
Yeah,
an
you either have
Xbox
to go
at one.
console or I wish the game had like frame rate limiting. Let me see if there's.
Oh,
there's only
there is,
target.
but load times will still vary.
Yeah,
I suppose
that's
you
right,
could
it's load
put it on a
times.
VM, something like that. I mean, there's some shenanigans you could pull that would be a hell of a performance.
I would also
that's
like to do a. I'd like to do a team tournament sometime where you do the tactical strategic, where one person is responsible for strategic play, one person's responsible for tactical play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
those
not?
ones are really entertaining to watch, especially when one person is a clear tactical genius and the other person is really good at drafting the right cards at the right times and stuff. I can
Are you
definitely
allowed
see
to-
some pretty good teams there.
Are you allowed to tell the other player your thoughts then, or is it
Nope.
just he picked that
Nope.
card and I have no idea why he picked that card?
Yep. That's the idea, is that
Yeah.
one person is designing the deck but doesn't explain to the other person how to play it.
Right.
I mean, that
I'll
sort
just
of
pick
leans
ev-
into the puzzle mode thing.
I would just pick every unit I see. Just like deal with it.
I don't think you understand what tournament means if that's the tackling the run.
Yeah, like I said, I try to have fun, right? When I participated, so I didn't take it 100% seriously, I must admit. Right? The runs. Sure, I wanted to win, right? But
Yeah.
I did things like duped my kin host 5 times, right? If you remember.
I remember
It's
that.
not like it's not like I'm not trying to have fun, right? I think that would be fun. You just need to have the right heart.
The need to do something fun in a run, and yeah, I think that
Yeah,
means
exactly.
I don't win many of these tournaments.
I mean, like for me, I try to have a strategy that works. I don't know, picked some weird things. Like in the one final where the first seed where I played the Kinhost Herald build
Yeah.
with these giant. I never thought that would work when I first picked up that unit.
I'll be curious to see if this is gonna work for Pahan. I'm not too hopeful. He's got a lot of melee weakness that hasn't been dealt with. Yeah. That 6 melee weakness with the trample.
He doesn't have the damage shields either.
Yeah. He's got the
No
holdover
damage
days.
shield, and you can't stack days with just one day's card.
Right. I feel like
he basically needs.
If I were him, I would set up middle. He does have the restoring retreat. If he can just move patient off of him, he can incant to his heart's extent. Or is that what word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
Heart's content.
But it might still not be too much even still because of the trample.
Right.
Like that's what I said. You basically replace a siren with your shark effort.
The other thing you can do is allow hits every other, and don't try to clear all the floors, and don't daze them when they're not there.
Yeah.
Or when they're there.
Ooh,
he just lost his siren
one.
straight up.
He has a problem too because they're all quick, which is basically.
So you can't just take damage.
Right. He might be able to at a certain point if you let some of the tanks live, but it'll be rough to say the least. He could get the Titan Sentry up there.
I'm gonna take off. Good luck, Loxy, HoboJoe. I'm excited to watch it later. So that means, Gabriel, you need to put it up tonight.
Oh, it'll
mandatory.
Be up. It'll be up.
And
no pressure.
And thanks, guys, for participating in the tournament. Excited to do it again next month.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, this was a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
GG. Bye.
What? I'm thinking about Pahan here. I just don't see it.
Oh dear.
Oh.
To the situation room, yeah. I'm gonna open up Monster Train, and I suppose it doesn't really matter that much since we're almost done here.
Yeah, we all know this one's Pahan. Probably no need. So I'm surprised he didn't move patient off there, but I guess he did at least allow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's looking too good for him, though.
I think his build was able to get through Divinity, though.
Right. Yeah, if he could get through this fight, he's certainly good.
It's just... Patient Seraph, sometimes he catches you by surprise, huh?
Yep. It definitely caught me by surprise when I did this seed.
Yeah,
I think picking the net... Go ahead.
It's just one of those things where, like, what he's doing is so ridiculous, and if you typically play low short runs, then you don't think about the trample until now, when it is way too late to be thinking about the trample.
It's also too bad that, like in this case, the trample will not break the melee weakness on the backline unit.
That is an interaction I really hope was different. Like,
Yeah.
I guess you can, but it doesn't apply. Does it apply the damage still? Like, if you have melee weakness and you get hit by like 20, does it still
I don't-
double or triple?
I don't think it does, so I guess it makes sense that it wouldn't break it.
Yeah. But trample is kind of weird in general.
Right.
Like, when you think about
The
interactions
sweep.
with sweep and
Yeah.
things like that, yeah, it's just kind of weird.
This doesn't bode well for the relentless round.
Kind of. Like, he infused his shark. Maybe having 2 endless sharks to try to
Yeah.
get Seraph off that floor
Yeah.
would have been better.
Eliminate the amount of times he's getting melee weakness applied. That can make sense.
I mean, I'd restore
Yeah,
and retreat the shark here now so that you could play a fresh one.
That's not a bad idea either.
Like,
I don't know
what
if it wins, but you can't have
Yeah,
that thing
you could-
trampled with 9 million melee weakness.
Right.
Like, he could, like, similar to what he does right now. That's true. He could have the shark take all the melee weakness, restoring retreated out of there, and replay it during relentless. It seems like a good strategy, actually, or like maybe something that works, right? So you basically remove the melee weakness by just sending it out of there. But I think this is not even close, right?
It's not looking too good.
Uh,
Oh, well, he loses
Yeah,
most
it's
of his
got one-
units. He'll have one
one siren and one Titan
and-
sentry
and a
left for
shark,
the final,
yeah.
like.
so now he has to deal with the winner was just a shark and a siren. Yeah. Since
So you're saying there's a chance? I guess he has full health, and the golden vault with 205 gold could provide a decent buffer. He does have Unleash the Wildwood to heal back. We'll have to see, I guess.
maybe you just I don't know. Maybe just play bottom floor siren. I don't know.
Yeah,
And just hope it has incanted enough in the end
right.
to deal with relentless. I think the mini bosses are going to be tough
Right.
too.
Yeah, those are going to get through for sure, I think.
Like, I guess he has the skull. I don't know if he has.
Yeah, I think he did get the skull. So actually, maybe, come to think of it, they might not be too bad then.
But I don't know if it was.
It's consumer move too. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be a shot.
well, there could be a chance. Yeah.
I think I would still put the sentry down there, clear out the little health units, and yeah.
Yeah. Right now, yeah, probably. I would try to play as many root seeds as possible to
Yeah.
redraw my skull over and over and over and over and over again.
Right. That makes sense.
He does have restoring retreat too to delay
Right.
units, which might make things worse, but there's probably there might be a chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like some. I
I'm starting to
have to
believe.
mute myself for a minute. Give me a second.
Sure.
I mean, we've seen people come back from losing their units early on. Let's see if he can come back from losing his units right at the end.
This is an unfortunate turn, it looks like. Didn't really find too much useful here. But Golden Velt will tank a lot of it. I'm sure he'll survive it. And then should get the skull hopefully by next turn. Yeah. Still has 55 gold worth of health. Guys,
I'm
yeah,
back.
has the skull at the right time here.
One thing I was thinking earlier about Pahan's relatively slow playing is Cheetah's Hand is kind of a reasonable sized risk for him.
Right. Yeah, I think technically he only has about 5 minutes. Is that correct?
It might also be the reason why he's going to be able to keep back his skull or something. Yeah, that top floor.
Ooh.
He's out of gold.
Yeah. Only got about one more of those left.
And he needs to draw his skull.
The AoE just doesn't really have enough to...
Like, he needs to draw his skull next turn if he survives that top floor. Which I think is already... I guess they have frostbite on them so that he might survive it. Yeah.
Right. There's the skull.
I just don't think this Siren is scaled enough for
Right.
Relentless, right?
Yeah. It's going to be a tough Relentless. I think the Divinity will go up to, what, 21 damage for Relentless?
It's +6?
Oh, yeah. Maybe just 20.
Or is it +7?
I think it's 6. Yeah, 20. Sounds about right.
God, those are things, like, you play the game for so long, and then someone asks you this, and you're like,
It's a calculation I rarely have to factor in, I feel.
I got screwed over by this too, where I did take enough shards to get him to exactly like 15 damage, and I had like an Apex Imp or something.
I'm surprised he didn't Restoring Retreat one of the tanks on this wave, just to kind of get Relentless prepared.
Easier. How far off is he?
Can't quite tell with the... Got kind of pixelated there. Well, it's certainly not a kill.
Yeah.
Valiant effort, nonetheless.
Yeah, did his best.
No, it's not even close. Huh?
Let's give him a quick unmute here.
Rip.
Well, it was a valiant effort there, Pahan. Almost got it done with the one Siren.
That was desperate. Yeah. Fucking
Patience,
patient.
If it's any consolation, I couldn't even get past patient when I did the seed. So, and I had a pretty similar setup.
I really thought I could put it through, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I could have done better. Maybe the deck isn't good enough, or I misplayed it. I don't know.
It's tough to say. I think maybe you could have Restoring Retreated a few times here and there to shift things in your favor,
Yeah.
but it's hard to say.
That was the initial plan, but I don't know. I don't know why I couldn't pull it off.
Yeah. It can be tough too when you have the quickness, because then the melee weakness just doesn't really get popped.
Yeah, I think I should have put two Siren and then the Endless Titan, maybe.
Yeah.
Permanently, and never played the last Siren until Relentless, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought about it, but a bit too late.
Yeah, it's tough to think of all of it. Still did a pretty
been
good job, though. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Sato.
Yeah, there might have been a way for your Titan Center to absorb all the melee weakness. And then in the end, send your Shark, your Titan Sentry out of there to get him killed and replay him for Relentless or something like this, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah, I
super.
could have done this. Yeah.
It's something I would I wouldn't have thought about either. I think.
I kind of thought about it, but I don't know. I couldn't see the line. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate, but hey.
Yeah, maybe picking the damage shield was instead of the skull earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably. Now that I think about it, yeah, just for patient, that would have been a lifesaver.
Yeah, or you just
Yeah,
go
but
for
easy.
E-Gorgons, right? And you get the flying kill. Something.
It's easy,
I don't know.
it's easy
Sorry.
for us in the booth to think about, Seraph the patient answers right from the start, but like when you're in there in the thick of it, then you don't think, okay, well, I need an answer for Seraph the patient.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I kept what is it called, the descent card, just for it for a long time. Then I was really happy to see Frenzied Charm, but yeah, it wasn't enough.
My experience, Frenzied Swarm and Quick are traps against Seraph the patient. That can very easily catch you with your pants down if you're using those as your defensive mechanics.
Yeah, I think I made this mistake.
Like, I mean, there was probably a way to win that fight without losing too much, maybe a Siren or something. But it's tough to find that when you're playing in the tournament, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it would have taken a lot more time if I could, but I was already the last one in play, so I was trying to keep up my pace.
yeah, still. Well played.
Yeah, very nicely played.
So, who did win?
So I think I'm going to check with HoboJoe and Loxy to see if they're good to go in about 4 minutes here. If not, we can push it forward a little bit.
Okay, there's our two finalists.
So our two finalists are HoboJoe and Loxy.
Okay.
And also Pahan, if you want to stick around and commentate for this finals, feel free. Join the crew here.
Oh. I mean, yeah, I can stay on, but I don't know. I don't have your experience, so I'm not sure if I can really contribute in a meaningful way.
Well, even I contribute, and I constantly come last in these tournaments, so I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay.
So we'll wait.
Just have fun.
We'll wait for 10 minutes past, just to give the players a little bit of time to take a break and whatnot.
Alrighty.
All right.
Feel free to discuss anything. I'll go ahead and get the final seed prepared.
Man, I realize now that I actually had time to play in the tournament, right? Well, I don't know.
Hey, next time.
But-
Next time.
What? There was a Nil Gorgon and a Loxolotl timer in this run?
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
Well.
Like that ring was just nuts for anyone who went that way because there was like a piercing sting artifact and eel gorgon.
Wow. Okay.
Gabiat, man. Didn't we talk about high roll seeds?
You taking a look at this seed here?
No, like it's like you said, it's tough. Like once one of the Stygian rares shows up,
Right. Stygian is it's hard to find a Stygian run where there's not some high roll somewhere. even if you miss the banners, there's the double incant artifact, which is like pretty busted.
Yeah.
Oh, I should here. I'll mute HoboJoe and Luxy, just so they don't get any spoilers here.
Or you find
Eavesdropping here. Naughty.
or you find the artifact that gives you Ember on discard and just go infinite.
Yep.
Yeah, decision is weird. I just
Hiding
kind of
all the
miss
high
Meta.
rolls in the back here, so I can't get my hands on them.
I actually think your card would be probably do pretty well in a seed that does something weird, right? Because you know all the
Yeah.
weird strats.
I feel like running exactly Opal's build as she did in that Thorn Hollow run there would have probably put me in a decent spot to be in today's events. But I still would have screwed up the first round like pretty badly, so probably not.
Didn't you pull off an infinite last tournament?
Yeah, I did with the Deep Offering and
Yeah.
Kin whatever.
Yeah, that was pretty
whatever
much.
Ember thing. But like that's my playstyle. Either things like that happen for me or things go very sideways.
Okay.
Any thoughts on these starters here?
Well, it's going to be hard to get value from that Memento Mori.
Yeah.
Should I watch your stream or put them, or watch directly their stream?
There'll be less lag if you just directly watch the Discord,
Okay.
but you know, either way works.
All right.
If you can't watch that quality, then we do have like a little thing going on YouTube here if you need to watch it there.
Yeah, I will watch directly on Discord if I found a way to put 2 at a time.
Oh, there should be an option to it'll say like watch multiple streams.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Took me forever and a day to find that option the first time I came on there.
Yep, same. It still kind of eludes me.
I think the starter is very good. Just to come back to your question.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Basic-
The past like month or so, I've really liked Purifying Cleanse. I think I've always undervalued that card.
Yeah, Burnout got stronger, right?
Right.
Since the DLC.
Yep.
So, and Purifying Cleanse is probably the safest way to make this work, at least in the early game.
Right.
And then you get
Costs
your
nothing.
then you get your flash freeze, your backline access, which is pretty good. And then yeah, you probably have a card you're going to remove.
Right.
And your deck is super thin, like right at the start as well, so you get to see those cards quite a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, the risk of losing them to burnout goes down.
I think this is a very strong start, like way above average. Yeah. We'll see.
I'm such a negative Nancy. The first thing I say is, Memento Mori,
It's so sad because the animation is so good on that card, but it's just such a bad card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even without permadeath, it's
Yep.
just like
I can't think of too many times it's been a relevant card for me.
if it gets to like 60 damage, it kills with piercing, of course, it kills the
tank.
armor heavies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never get this thing to like actually kill a heavy.
Right.
Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like maybe with like the remnant hosts summoning a ton of drags, right? That's like the only way to get enough.
I just don't get why it costs 3.
yeah.
Doesn't make much sense.
Dusk's rework of the card is actually pretty good. Like, I think that's one of the cards he nailed it, because it serves such a strong function inside Melting Remnant without being overpowered.
Right.
And,
You
mean
it
in his
sacrifices a unit and deals damage to the front enemy unit. So you've got that kill effect, which is sort of, to a certain extent, lacking inside Melting Remnant.
Yeah.
And then you also get the frontline damage, very similar to Implosion, I think is the one that does it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Or Implosion.
Impressive, yeah, that might.
Yeah, like Impressive.
Whichever one of those does it.
The one that, for however many imps in your deck or whatever.
No, the one that kills the front imp. Or the imp that you target does damage.
I think that is Implode, yeah. Or maybe it is Impressive. Yeah, it's Impressive.
I couldn't tell you either.
I don't take it too much. I know that.
With default. No, wait, with... if you don't have the queen in exile, I think I'll pick it sometimes.
Yeah.
It's sort of
not a
an
bad
oops, I have no
card.
way to kill my imps card.
Yeah. Yeah, I care less about the damage it provides. I just like that if I need a way to kill an imp, it's pretty good.
Even though you put a +30 on it, and it actually does kill a heavy, right? It's not a bad card in theory, but I don't know.
It's like needs a few moving
like the least. it's the least impressive way to kill off your own imps.
Right.
And it works well if you have another draw artifact, right?
Right.
Like you have like wings or something, you can actually use Endless again if you have Endless on something.
Yeah, and do important work with more steps.
Yeah, but it is similar at that point. But it's kind of funny because the other melting card that scales with unit death, the AE card, is playable, right?
Yeah, that one's pretty good. Especially that one in the DLC, I take a lot.
I think it's still overcosted.
Yeah, 2's a bit expensive for sure.
Yeah, because like it doesn't really do that much more than event. Let's be honest.
Right.
But like usually you put a +10 on it on piercing and it's enough to be a relevant card, right? It's like
that kills. At the very least, even without any friendly deaths, you can kill the spike channelers with it.
Yeah.
We got about 3 minutes to the start here.
Then there are other cards like how's the card called that it scales permanently? The spell card, the piercing one.
Oh, Subsuming Blade.
Yeah, I think that one got worse.
Yeah, I still like it, but I don't like it nearly as much as I liked it pre-DLC.
I usually use this card to kill off Little Fate or something. Because it scales with Little Fate, right?
Yeah.
So you basically don't have to worry about not hitting the threshold. But
yeah, it's probably best for killing your own units, to be honest.
Yeah. But it's expensive.
Right.
Oh. Yeah. I'm still waiting for that -2 costs, dupe 5.
Subsuming Blade.
And you basically just don't play with units and just Subsuming Blade everything.
I feel like
Void. I wonder if you can reasonably scale enough like that.
I think Voyix had a run where he had a Vodavary with double extinguish and basically infinited a Subsuming Blade until it could kill Divinity. I think it was Voyix that did that.
Yeah, but then it's not really Subsuming Blade, right?
Right, basically anything that scales at that point will get it.
Even an Inferno would manage.
Yeah. Ooh, that would be a fun one.
Inferno's such a good card.
Thomas Fish has been shooting for that combo for some time now. Whenever he's got a free moment, he tries to get it going.
Yeah, but Inferno in general is a very good card now, right? Got a lot better.
Definitely. Kind of a
Or,
godsend.
or at least it got relevant. Let's put it like this, because pre-DLC its effect wasn't relevant, right?
Right.
It wasn't necessary.
Right. It's kind of overkill.
Yeah, and now Inferno enables very defensive decks, which I like a lot. Like decks that don't scale enough.
I'm giving him the countdown. I'm giving him a slow countdown here.
Slow countdown.
All right, gave him the go ahead. And we're off to the races. Fade's first blade, Melting Spout. Looks like Loxy's opting to take the Divine Horde here. Nothing super great. But if she does get some tomb action going, she'll have a lot of Ember.
Yeah, I think you almost always find some sort of a reason to use tombs.
Right.
But, you know, for all I know, there's no Endless in this run.
So
If you said there was, then I must.
I'll be honest, I don't remember. I think there's at least one, but I can't remember if it's early or not.
But is there a tomb on this run?
That's another thing I don't quite remember.
Because, like, imagine picking both of the tomb artifacts and never seeing one.
I know there's a draft on this run. That much I know.
No, I think Fate's first blade with the Purifying Cleanse start is probably correct.
Yeah. Already kind of
So
gives a nice melting line there.
Yeah. Even though you saw the melting problem, right?
Right.
Their banner pool is not very good
Right.
for this challenge. So you're basically hoping to, or I think you're hoping to replace your Baron, at least, at some point.
Right. Yeah, he's an okay one to start with, get some extra gold, but by late game, it's kind of sad to have him.
I like Baron and Thug quite a bit in this setup because you can get rid of them when you don't need them anymore.
Right, and doesn't cost you anything.
I mean, I don't know if you remember what I did with my Thug yesterday. I took it into the Daedalus fight with 3 spikes on, so I knew I'd get quite a few kills on it doing that.
A lot of gold there. That was pretty nice. Okay, looks like Joe gets through without any banner unit deaths, about 2 damage.
Like, actually, the damage cards they started with, right?
There was a tomb, by the way. What about the damage cards?
Would probably be okay if it's also counted on enemy units, right?
Ah, right. So these cleanses should come in pretty
basically
clutch here. Uh-oh. Looks like the poor Titan Sentry does go down for Loxy. She takes 10 damage. So early lead for HoboJoe, but nothing unrecoverable from. Loxy does find her tomb, which is nice.
And all she needs is Endless.
Yep.
before I was told that you probably wouldn't include a
Primitive molds run.
Yeah. I was playing with it and realized that it's actually quite strong if you get the right. If you create a unit inside a battle, that unit doesn't get purged and can be reformed. So I was using Sacrificial Resurrection.
Oh, right.
Just reforming drafts. Also with imps in another run. And then it becomes quite powerful. There's the Endless.
So that'll be pretty nice for Loxy to have there.
I think he could have paired Primitive Moles with Sage Guard or Remkin too. They're not completely useless as incant or infusion triggers, right?
True.
Yes. I actually prepared that combo as a I actually prepared that the most, and then I got told that it's not going to get included in the tournament.
It's probably not too bad to practice with, because it at least makes you kind of have a typically lower how do I say this? A lower power level that you have to navigate. So it could probably help with yeah. Looks like HoboJoe opting to just lose the other 2 banner units and go in on the lady.
I mean, it's a pretty strong unit, especially early on.
Just realized I have my scores wrong here. There we go.
I think I saw a snap pick on a draft there. Yeah. I mean, you've got the lady with all that extra burnout right at the start. You take the draft, you put the draft on, and life is good. Probably.
Or you do it the other way around, and you have an easier time duping them and playing them on the same floor, right?
Especially with the thinness of the deck. If you dupe it a bunch, you're bound to see one card.
Exactly.
HoboJoe going with the Cold Kalia there. Interesting.
And I think Ladies of Fusion gives 3 burnout, right?
Yeah.
So you got a lot of time to apply enough burnout to every thing.
Yeah.
To keep them alive. It's just that you might want to see a Paraffin Forcer still, right? So, or you take the Sweeper instead with all the rage. I mean, with a little bit of rage.
Oxy's going to get some serious value out of that tomb.
Yeah.
Going forward, as long as that Wiggler's Tycoon is alive as well. That's just extra value, right?
Yeah, she's going to be rich. Which could have some synergy if you look on Joe's screen there, if she does end up wanting to do the Heaven's Gold.
Yeah, but you don't want to leak, right?
Right.
So Heaven's Gold, I mean, if you leak, you take less damage, I guess. Probably. In some cases.
Looks like a clean kill from Loxy here.
Mm-hmm.
You take that Molten Encasement and put it onto the Explosive. Have
Looks
a
like she
defensive and
opts
offensive
for the
solution.
draft.
But you see a draft, you take a draft.
Yep.
Permadeath challenge. Burnout 1, yes. Click it. Just tells you how strong drafts are right now.
Yeah. So it looks like HoboJoe trying to figure out what he wants to Hellvent here.
You could do a non-DLC tournament, maybe.
Could.
Could. Shardless with the thing that gives you 15 shards per thing, so you end up fighting the divinity with no shard cards.
That would be pretty tough.
No shard upgrades.
I kind of
be
want to
open.
practice that.
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
Yeah.
So do we think for HoboJoe with that Cold Kalia is the thought probably if he finds a Paraffin Enforcer to do that infusion? I can't think of many other good reasons to have Cold Kalia in this clan combo.
Yeah, at this point, not really. I mean, they haven't seen a Whiplash, so they're not going to have
mean,
that avenue of scaling open.
If he
I mean,
plays
both
that,
of these clans aren't great at clearing backline.
right?
So maybe. Like, because station spells are all random. I don't know. I think you don't have enough scaling right now to just play a sweeper. So, but that can change, right?
Looks like HoboJoe trying to think if he wants to try to clear the top and not take any pirate damage. Probably will be taking pirate damage either way, though, with that second wave.
I think he's going to be fine against the boss.
Right.
So
You can now put the draft in because the correct unit is in front.
yeah, exactly. And because of all these purifying cleanses,
Yeah.
to have enough health to survive. Relentless, I think.
He could low roll here. Nope, okay, he's fine. If he didn't get either Purifying Cleanse, it could have been rough.
Yeah, it's true. But the deck is so small at this point.
Right.
Right?
Loxy takes the Purge, gain gold, Gift of Gratitude there.
Now here's an interesting conundrum. You got Wax and Spike to increase the overall burnout, or you take the Wickless to make Fade's First Blade kind of spike
Yeah, I
the
would have
damage.
taken the Wickless there. It's it's one of my dream combos, right? Is to get combustible wax with Our Lady of Perpetual Burnout.
Right.
Just keep Wickless recruitmenting whatever you're stacking all that burnout on.
Yeah, it's super nice. Spike that rage.
I always forget that interaction.
Interesting that Loxy took the Offering Monument there. I wonder if that's just to provide a tank to help the other banners, maybe?
Offering Monument kills itself.
Yeah.
For all we know, it could be a
I mean,
momentary
it could
lapse
be.
of judgment.
Yeah.
It could be a tank for Relentless, though, that's true.
I mean, it
You
is.
put
Yeah, it is a one-pip tank, so yeah.
You just
there's
put it in,
definitely-
like, temporary, basically.
Ooh, Loxy went with the
Just-
gift. That's going to be a very nice gift of gratitude right there.
Just sad that Endless doesn't really work on the tomb, on the Offering Monument.
So it looks like Loxy did not take the Lady of the Reformed. I don't know if she even went the right... I think she went the route that didn't have it anyway.
I
But she
think I
has two
saw her
tombs right now.
facing the choice, but she obviously didn't take it.
Ah.
Like, I turned away the very moment she made that decision, so...
I think it's not
Unfortunately.
necessary for this one.
But I mean, you have the
Yeah.
Fade's First Blade, so there's a potential offensive scaling going on there.
I see HoboJoe's deck with that multi-strike, Paraffin, and Cold Kalia all together could be getting pretty out of control pretty quick here. Survivability could be an issue.
And that build has one problem. It has a slow start.
Right.
I remember on the first qualifier seed, I had a similar build, basically. And I took like 80 damage during 7. because it took me a while to get up to 190 health, or like 280 health, 290 health.
Unfortunately, she's losing her
Yeah,
Baron here.
didn't get the.
Tycoon.
Granted, if she had the offering
Oh
monument,
no!
that probably would have saved her there. Oh, which way did that infusion go? Oh, it went while we thought. Okay. Loxy will probably be fine without that Tycoon at this point. She's got 610 gold. I don't think she needs any more.
It's the Paraffin Enforcer, not too shocking.
Yeah. Close race so far. 2 points separating them, just because Loxy took a little more damage on the first ring, but still anybody's game. Though, yeah, there's some differences here. Loxy doesn't have the sweeper. That could be a way Joe can continue to pull ahead. Then again, the defense of Joe is maybe not as good as Loxy's because she has those endless tombs. Loxy
We're only playing one.
might be a little more fast scaling too for this type, for at least this ring 4 ring.
I think with her setup, I definitely go Paraffin Enforcer onto draft here.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Especially after seeing that multi-strike there. But maybe that's a little bit dangerous and aggressive given how fragile a draft can be.
Yeah.
Why not the other way around? Why not the draft into Paraffin Enforcer?
Well, 2 reasons. Firstly, the Burnout 1 is going to be quite dangerous if you don't intrinsic a Burnout card or you get them on the wrong turns. You know, there's a lot of things that can go sideways there. And also then the smaller size of the draft is like always something I'm thinking about when I have a draft infusion decision to make. I mean, I know it's not a priority unit, but if you have something else that can get you by until you draw the draft, then it's a solid choice.
Looks like HoboJoe gets a clean one there.
I think for this tournament you want to get flying kills, and I think having the smaller unit is probably easier. Like you can.
Does look like she's probably going to do that here with the upgrades she just put on the draft.
Yeah.
The intrinsic, the wax and spike? Maybe just a purifying cleanse? I don't know. 10 shards also could be a little tough.
I think you just remove probably.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you're starting with this tiny deck. I think holdover is just wasting time.
I think I would put the plus 25 on the lady to use her as a tank for now.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
Went with the armor incant. I don't know if this deck will incant enough to support that, but we'll see. It could certainly... Ooh, interesting. Draft in the front to get more rage.
That is...
It's a little risky.
That is... Does it have health support right now? The draft?
Not really.
It does have a lifestone.
Oh yeah, just a flat 25. She'll be able to block these minions for sure with double Entombed Explosive. I'd be a little worried about the boss though. That boss would kill... I guess the boss doesn't have any supporting enemies.
Which boss is it? Which boss is it?
I think it's the Scourge Shuffler again, if I recall correctly.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
You wanted to see the party boy?
Yes, of course. It's the finals. No, I must say, when I was playing, I always appreciated an easier seat. or a seed I didn't have to think about as much, right?
Yeah, I think the tough thing with the finals seed, I learned the hard way the first one of these I hosted. I made it too hard, and like the winner, I think had only got like I think the second place had only got to ring 4 on the seed. Kind of
Man, I want to play this.
Yeah,
I want to play that seed now.
it was a pretty rough one.
That was pre-DLC, right?
That was pre-DLC, yeah. It was basically no champ, no problem. The challenge, so similar to this one, except no permadeath and double triggers. So you can imagine that was a pretty positive set of mutators. It was like a pretty nightmare seed to still be having everybody die.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Well, we'll have the moment of truth here with Loxy. I mean, that'll block a pretty good amount of damage just having the 2 of them. And then the guy would have to hit her draft twice, which, yeah, didn't even need the tombs, it looks like, so...
Going for the bonus points, though.
Yeah, you gotta get those bonus points.
No, he didn't. You know, doesn't. I think with the 2 sweepers here and the endless tank, probably, they're not quick, huh? Could be rough.
Yeah, we'll see. That's 15 AoE damage.
I think they have enough
Okay, yeah, looks
damage, so yeah. I mean, but later on, maybe that's not enough.
Right.
Because waves deal way more than 60 damage to your front line. At least in Divinity. So the Endless...
Looks like Loxy has a tough choice here because both sides are pretty good. You have a free artifact and a Hellvent versus a pretty good amount of money to choose from. Looks like she does go for the free value over here.
Definitely take lost luggage here. Get
Yeah.
that draft a bit faster.
Yeah.
Combustible wax, I think, is the only thing I'd prioritize over that there. I can't think of another relic that I would prefer in a draft-centric deck.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I make this infusion of Entombed Explosives. I think the value of having 2 right now is a little bit too beneficial.
Yeah, it kind of
Especially
represents...
once you put those drafts out there.
Yeah. Having the 2 drafts will be interesting, though. So we have... Both decks have very high power level at the moment for in different ways. They arguably generate similar amounts of rage at this point, I would say. Probably HoboJoe's generates a little bit more. But I also think HoboJoe's is a little more susceptible to dying, though that double stack drain will go a long way to helping that out.
Yeah, I think he's better set up to get flying kills, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true too, because his damage just goes across the whole board. Be a pretty big wax and spike. Not that it gains a huge amount of damage per ember, but it'll be decent. She's probably debating on this collector here.
Yeah, thinking about how she could possibly get it without dooming herself. I think she's showing some pretty... Yeah, she does have quite a lot of ember. She's showing some pretty strong tactical gameplay here by deciding where the drafts go based on the boss coming up.
Right.
And like, does she need more damage or does she need something stronger?
Now, HoboJoe has a decision here. Yeah, he's going to opt to take the Scourge damage. That could even the score now. So he has to take 5 from that in order to get his lady down, which is unfortunate.
Ooh. But Lox could struggle with this fight a bit more.
Right. Yeah, and that the sweeper boss, it'll only take, what, 2 hits to kill her drafts? She'll really hope. I'd almost not want to remove any of these enemies. I would just let my drafts hopefully get as many hits as possible. That way you don't... Then again, I guess you take the AoE damage, so it's kind of a catch-22. Unfortunate turn
Memento
here.
Mori is scaling pretty decently, so that boss
Right.
should come up with some days and some damage already dealt to it.
Right.
Hobo just took more damage to the...
Ooh, another Scourge damage.
Yeah.
That Mortal Entrapment is going to do pretty well. Yeah, probably that. If she could draw back into Mortal Entrapment, I almost wonder if not even playing the Tomb might have been more beneficial there, but it is 100 damage.
I think
Realizing she
HoboJoe's
doesn't- yeah.
I think HoboJoe's debating if he wants his lady to die.
Does get the Mortal Entrapment, but it looks like
fine.
she didn't need it anyway. So, pretty nice.
Righty.
She's in position now. If she can handle this, with that extra Amber, she might be able to handle the fell fight without taking damage, and that would put her ahead of HoboJoe. So 10 damage taken for Joe.
It's
Two
just the first
strong
turn,
options
right?
in this clan pack, yeah.
Yeah,
Crushing Demise and Resin Removal both have extremely strong applications in this
Right.
situation.
looks like she goes with the Crushing Demise. I think I saw Joe go with the other one, the Resin Removal.
Yes, he did. I don't think, like, since you're not running into stealth, right? There's not much application for it.
Well,
That's
the drafts
basically-
start with 10 damage, right? So they get sapped when they get put down, and then Seraph saps them again. There's a chance they cannot hit by the time enemies show up, and then they have no damage. So you need Resin Removal to clear off the sap. Otherwise, they never hit. They never gain any damage from the Paraffin Enforcer infusion, and you tank your run that way.
I think with the Waxen spike and everything,
Yeah, she's got the strike. That's fine.
it's probably not that much of an issue, but yeah, now that you talk about it, I ran into that issue before.
As have I. Particularly with HoboJoe's setup. Because that thing starts with 1 damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's even more susceptible to it, I guess.
Don't purge the Resin Removal. You're gonna need that, buddy. Maybe.
Like, I mean, there's the spikes wave in Divinity, which could be dangerous to him.
Yeah. Low health
Maybe.
sweepers.
Maybe that's a good reason to keep it.
Holdover.
But I usually like Crushing Demise. Like, you kill the mini boss and suddenly Divinity is wide open,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I guess he has sweepers, so it's not as much of a difference. But for
Nice.
for Lox, that could mean easier access to flank kills.
He's opted to take and then subsequently purge the Resin Removal.
Yeah, just to get more shards, huh?
Interesting choice.
So Loxy double stacked her Memento Mori. That's going to be pretty good. Like, that almost guarantees, aside from Chaste, even with Chaste, it pretty much guarantees all bosses are not going to get you.
Oh, you mean the Daze card? Okay.
Right. Yeah, I probably said the
Mortal
wrong one.
Entrapment.
Mortal Entrapment, yeah. Starts with the M, costs 3. Same thing, right?
Like, it might be right here to just cycle through your deck.
So she could get
Yeah,
her.
I might actually consider not playing the. Oh, clearly she's
Yeah.
going to kill the.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's pretty nice.
That's big brain stuff. It's far beyond my level of skill.
It's the next wave though, right? That is the scary one. Because it gives you 4 scourges, right? If you can't deal with it at all.
Right.
Oh, I guess 3.
Yeah. Looks like she found the way. Although,
Yep.
probably want to
She has
go
enough.
get your
And you
paraffin
could play the
down.
explosive at the bottom and then crushing and then.
Crushing the masses,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all.
Ooh, didn't do it though.
I don't think it matters though.
Yeah. She'll still get a lot of energy next turn. Maybe she wanted to hold that ice, or... Yeah, I don't know.
The garbage is potentially going to cause trouble. Although I think she will draw Purifying Fences next turn. So
Like
there
the
is
thing
that
is with killing
tiny chance she doesn't. Yeah.
the thing with killing all the units now is that she doesn't get the rage out of them. Right?
Whoops. Didn't play
Right.
too.
Yeah, not getting many strikes in.
Realizing
she's
her
going to
mistake.
she's going to redraw that. Oh, she's going to take damage now because of it.
Oh, didn't get the tomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way out of that one. So...
Those are the tournaments things, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Probably something that doesn't happen in the normal run that often.
I mean,
Could
you
get
hit with
lucky
that
though.
drain.
Yeah, the drain.
Yeah.
No
Ah.
such
Come on,
luck.
one time,
Never lucky.
and then there's another curse combat coming up. One of the most boring combats in the game. Like every wave is exactly the same.
Oh, the penitent.
mean-
Yeah, I hate the penitent.
Yeah, yeah, I don't like this combat either. It's also that there's a lot of health in this combat. Like you have like two tanks from on like wave 1 already, right?
Right.
So like,
HoboJoe gets the bonus points there.
she lost. He lost some. There was still a dead weight.
That's a pity. They don't have the bone
stealth.
box. They can't maximum.
Stealth solves a lot of issues. I think.
Yeah, especially with his deck. I think with both their decks, really.
Like, he's going to have enough burnout on his units, or he might just not stealth his lady sometimes to get
Yeah, so
enough burnout.
she took the one garbage there. 3 damage.
Yeah, kind of sad. She played it so well.
That's another wax and spike.
One tiny mistake. Second zap card.
All right, scores should be fixed now. There was a minor glitch. Wait, yeah, that looks about right. So, if Loxy perfects the next ring, she still has that 2-point deficit to make up. actually, wait. That's...
Well, she will have more shard than Hob.
Okay, I think I corrected it there, because HoboJoe lost 10 health on the fell fight, right?
I think so.
At least 6. Probably more though.
He took 2 of the big curse cards.
Right.
Name, I don't know anymore.
I'll recheck it all at the end. And then HoboJoe has 1 extra one here. Yeah, there we go.
You lied to us, Scott.
And maybe he's back.
Oh, he doesn't kill. No, he does. This isn't Zep Seraph, though. I think the fact that this is Cleanse Seraph is probably going to
Makes it pretty hard to get the flying
make
kill.
make the flying kill very difficult. Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was Sapsir.
Yeah, I just kind of
Probably
assumed.
because reasons.
Yeah, I just couldn't make out the symbol. It's too blurry for me. But yeah, I can kind of see the axe. No, the cross.
Incidentally, there's a mod enabled.
Oh, you're right. We didn't check those, huh?
It's not exactly a cataclysmic I'ma win this run thing, but you know, it is there.
Oh, we allow that one. You're talking about the more boss mod? More boss.
You allow that one?
Yeah.
I just put them all off for the sake of convenience. I remember now.
Man, I should have known that. I love that mod. It's one of my favorites.
I keep forgetting to actually get that one. That would be super useful, though.
Yeah, you don't need to. But you get lazy. Like, you don't look at maps anymore, at least I don't.
I could see that, yeah. Like,
then I get surprised. Oh, I didn't have a temple, right, or something like that. Yeah,
so
but I don't think that
HoboJoe takes 9 damage. It looks like.
Like, judging by how Hobo's fight went, I don't think that Lox is going to get the flying kill.
Right.
And I don't think you can get enough out of wax and spikes to get enough damage to get those.
Looks like none of them took the burnout removal card. Is that correct?
It looks like it.
There might be some line where that could allow a flying kill.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But it would be
if
tough.
we see combustible wax at some point, I think it gets there. But without combustible wax, I don't think it does.
And like, at least for Hobo, it didn't show up, I think.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to get the flying kill here.
Yeah, this fight I would expect it. Interesting to... Oh, he wants to get hit here, yeah. Clean one from Loxy.
Oh, she skips it completely. didn't take the stealth there. Which is
Certainly a decision.
reasonable. Yeah, like it's not unreasonable. It's not just harder to keep them alive then.
So I think with HoboJoe taking the 9 on that Seraph fight, that does open Loxy up a line to overtake him. But I guess the question on top of that would be, could Loxy get a flying kill on Divinity? It looks pretty likely for HoboJoe. I don't know about Loxy's build.
Did you count for the shard difference?
Yeah, you
Because
should-
is at 200.
Oh, that's right. Yep, that'll be also those. Once they complete the run, those will come into effect, and that is
And
yeah,
before completing,
about
they run their own matter.
right. So 6 extra points, assuming they both. That is a flying kill from HoboJoe.
Nice.
Clean.
Yeah.
So he'll
Pretty
end
much.
with 156 there. We'll double check the points there. So there was the 9 unchased, and then the 10 on fell.
He's going to get to stack a hell of a lot of days on Seraph, at least.
Right.
For whatever that's worth.
Might have been worth flash freezing there first. There come the drafts.
She does have a fair bit of tools to clear out waves to hit enemies, so there is that possibility of her getting the flying kills that way.
Yeah, the
It's like
holdover
that
crushing
demise is
demise.
like, yeah,
Get it
it's just
against Divinity.
-1 unit.
I like the foresight there. Let your units hit this wave as much as possible while chased isn't on the wave, and then clear this wave out for a clean hit. Makes sense.
Now you play a tomb on the mid floor and give it burnout so that Chase doesn't clear your top floor.
Yeah.
It's a possible line, right? This might be something you could do when you had resets available, right? To
Right.
try to actually find some kind of line. Don't forget your tomb to play your tomb this time.
Might have been a mistake to crushing demise that one. I think I would do the bottom floor at this point. Actually, it doesn't matter. It looks like the flying kill is just not going to happen.
It's still like half health, right?
Right. And I
Oh,
don't know. I guess
thank
it won't be back for another turn here.
No.
Looking good for Relentless, though.
As long as her lady survives. Relentless.
Flash free should help that.
I guess she has a lot of days.
Right. Can start stacking that now on Seraph.
Nice tornado doing exactly what she wanted it to.
It's a really nice late game card.
I love it even more when Ice Storm does things like this.
I've
When you
had
have like even more.
I've had a few on Divinity where it's like there's 5 enemies on the floor and every single shot hits Divinity.
Yeah, I had that too. Seems unlikely, but it happens more
Yeah.
often than you think.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So Loxy gets a clean
Basically,
one there.
Uber Plink. Gonna fail you just as much as Blink does.
For me, it's still Foreground Power I hate the most. It's like all these 50-50s. Like with Plinks, it's at least somewhat unlikely, right, that it doesn't hit sometimes. But for me, Foreground Power has always miss those 50-50s every time. Can you play top floor here?
Yeah, this is interesting. You have the Mortal Entrapment already drawn.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you
I guess,
have
yeah, the
your
trap shoot, yeah.
the trap shoot for now.
Probably pretty
And
good.
You
Just to redraw into the Mortal Entrapment eventually.
you can heal up your drafts, so
Right.
like, taking a hit is not that bad. I'm just curious to see if this gets the flying kill. I think it will. Probably. Especially when
The
you
fact
can
that
hit
she's
some enemies.
always hitting. Yeah.
Even if
She's always
she...
hitting all the time.
Yeah, I don't think she needs the flying kill as long as she cannot take damage.
But she also has ways to kill units on other floors.
Right.
So probably she's probably going to get enough hits on Divinity, especially when the other draft comes out. Other drafts.
I don't want to be putting some thought into them spikes down there.
Right. That could be devastating.
But I think that like hits are divided up enough that it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
Still something you probably want to avoid.
At some point you're going to have enough rage that it doesn't matter anyways.
It's a nice snipe there.
I think I would have played this on mid floor still. Right?
Ooh. Interesting to not... I guess this is really the play for the flying kill here, to not do the Mortal Entrapment.
Yeah.
She's going to redraw into it, I think, in time. Probably.
Uh-oh.
So the flash freeze would help.
Yeah, that's why I would have played the Crushing Demise on
Right.
the other floor last time.
Right.
I think there's a line here.
Yeah,
She's already...
it's Ice Storm Tornado plays nicely.
Yeah, but she's already surviving, right?
Right.
The units already survive.
Yeah.
So
It's probably pretty fine here. Should get a nice big hit on Divinity this next turn.
do we have HoboJoe in here?
I don't
still-
think his mic works, but let's let me check with him.
Like he's still muted. That's why.
Yeah,
He's,
I'll
there we go with a flying kill.
there
Yep.
it is.
Well done.
So I'm gonna hop into the game and just double check that the score is correct, but right now it's looking like Loxy has edged out the win here with a 10-point lead. Let me just verify both these scores.
You want to unmute the players? Maybe?
Yeah, let's go ahead and unmute them while I'm doing that. Let's see. Loxy and Joe. All right. Oh, I got a little. I think I might have an echo from you, HoboJoe.
Yeah. Is it fixed now?
Yep, looks good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just double check the scores. But yeah, in the meantime, what are your two thoughts on that run? It's pretty close there for most of it.
Nerves got me pretty hard at the start. I I leaked a couple bit of damage on the first ring that I really shouldn't have. I was like chomp blocking with a drag that stopped like my shark from doing revenge damage. So that was ridiculous. After that though, like it was a pretty sort of clean burnout run. I think it like there wasn't too many sort of crazy decisions to make. I think taking the encased ember at the start was awesome, despite not having a tomb. Yeah, no, it felt like a pretty strong run. I know that I made a couple of mistakes here and there. Like I probably shouldn't have taken the damage that I took, but I think I went reasonably well. I'm pretty happy.
I was
Yeah,
really nervous about the beginning of that run, so I didn't take too many pack shards. Uh, yeah, actually still kind of nervous until like I found endless for the lady and then the drain. I think. Yes. So, yeah, I'm like not that good like with permadeath on melt hitting. I think in a couple practice runs, I kind of died horribly with melting, like trying to get paraffin forcer to work and then burning out. But this one was pretty okay.
Especially without the restarts, right? You really run the risk of not having burnout extension when you need it.
Yeah.
So I was 2 points high on Loxy's, so the final score is Loxy 164 to HoboJoe 156. Super tight race. Well played to both of you. That was yeah. You got both of you were super strong. Not only in this round, but every round. I think both of you were either the top one or two every single time. Well, you had to be, but this is the type of commentary I provide.
Yeah, I mean, I saw
Wow.
some amazing things out of both of you.
Yeah.
Things I never in a million years would have even considered to be like something I should be considering. So yeah, amazing stuff.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And I think I checked, but just to verify, Loxy and HoboJoe, you two don't really stream or anything like that. Is that
No.
correct? Okay.
No,
Any plans to?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I think both of you, there'd probably be definitely some interest in that if it ever did interest you. Just throwing that out there.
Right. Also a really nice streaming community to be a part of. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
You guys
give
are
it a shot.
awesome. Looks like there was a lot of divergence again on that run. Like, HoboJoe, you did the sweeper.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think the draft was just better because you could fit more of them on the floor.
Yeah, that draft pickup was huge.
I picked it, but then like I'd already committed. I just committed to the sweep, so I just tossed it away.
It's super scary with those modifiers. Having a draft in your deck, like it's a dead card unless you've really got plans for it. Like the good thing about having dregs in that in with these mutators is you can get your deck so thin so easily. And so I was drawing burnout extension every turn.
Yeah, especially the lost luggage made me really feel like
Oh, yeah.
and the consistency.
Yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, this runs
Yeah.
strong.
That's when I started slamming shards. I wasn't really taking shards at the beginning, but I saw that and I was like, okay, let's start taking them now. So you got 200 pack shards. Were you like always like even ring 1, 2 stuff taking them?
So I skipped. I think pretty much the only pack shards that I skipped was an intrinsic on ring 2.
Wow.
There was an intrinsic in the temple, and I skipped that. And I didn't do an infusion on that floor either. So I think I went into, so it would have been 15th, either 30 or 25. I can't remember what ring 3 pack shards were, but I went into Talus with either 30 or 25, and then basically took everything from there. I think that's what happened. So I did. Well, I did the Paraffin Enforcer infusion and then 2 tubes on that. So that's a lot of pack shards just there. And I did the self-infuse on the Entombed Explosive too. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I had a weird one when I did it.
Yeah, I'm just looking now.
I basically, I don't think I ever ended up using the Paraffin Enforcer. I don't know why. Couldn't give you a good reason why, but...
Did you maybe do an infusion beforehand, so you sort of had it all
I may
set
have.
out
I
already?
may.
Because I think was that the boss? That was a boss unit? That
I
was
think
Talos?
Ring 3, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was.
I think I might have
Yeah, I was pretty
jumped the
happy to see
gun on
that.
like Lady into the draft or something like that.
I was almost going to do that as well, so I would have probably had a very similar run to you if I had have. So
Yeah.
lucky I held back.
How did you scale then? Can't see your run right now.
The Fade's
Like without
first
the paraffin?
blade, basically just the Fade's first blade, and I had the removal of Burnout.
Oh, you took that one.
Right, and so I would just spike my rage using that. It was fun. It wasn't necessarily super strong, but it was enough to get through.
I'm surprised that was enough for a chase.
Yeah, that was a tough fight, the chase fight.
The Titan Sentry, I imagine, did a lot of work.
Oh, yeah. I don't think this one would have been able to do it without the Titan Sentry. Crushing Demise also helped prep a few of the floors.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again for participating in this tournament. Hope to see both of you in the future, as well as everybody else here, Pahan, Sato, and Codraziel. I know all of you have been in a few tournaments now, so always performing pretty well.
I'll likely be in some capacity in just about everything being done going forward.
Yeah, actually quite a joy not being in the player seat. It's
less stressful.
It's very relaxing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You showed us all up within the qualifier seeds, didn't you? Sato?
You did.
And Sato was commenting too that he probably could have made it knowing that how everything went with time wise.
Don't call me out like that.
Oh no, I'm saying time wise. Because I know you had some concerns there.
At least on Group A, I don't know about Group B though.
Yeah.
And even the qualifier seats, a lot of people beat my score in the end, right?
Right.
It was just the first seat that I apparently found a line that nobody else found.
Oh, that
the
seed
infinite.
of death, the melting Wemkin one.
I think it is. I think if I replay that seed, that would be like an 80,000 score seed probably, something around that.
Flying kill everything.
Yeah, exactly. But what do you think about mutators, by the way, Lox and Hobo?
Yeah, I love it.
Would you rather have?
I think so. Because I think with these mutators, there's probably overall just more things to think about and like more possibilities for divergence and also more, I don't know, like less autopiloting, I suppose. Like if you're just running a normal run, I think like maybe like a 30% of normal runs or so just become autopilots, and I think these sort of runs are a lot less likely to be like that, so they're sort of interesting all the way through, which is much better viewing experience and yeah, good for separating players, I suppose. So yeah, I'd love to keep doing these with mutators for sure.
Yeah, I also like this set of mutators. I thought permadeath was really made you think a lot more in the battles and choose your strategies. It was also like, yeah. So it just made you think a lot more, like be a lot more picky with your trials and stuff. You can't just like autopilot.
It allows some more units to shine as well. I know when I was practicing a lot, like I found myself in Umbra runs taking the Crucible Collector and Crucible Warden early quite often, which I would almost never do. And I think that the fact that you are sort of forced to take some weird units like that is really fun. Like in the semifinals I took Vine Mother, is that what it's called? I haven't played with that unit for so long, and it ended up being huge for me. And I don't think that would happen in a normal run.
Yeah, that Vine Mother situation there was pretty magical.
Yeah, I'm surprised it worked as well as it did.
Yeah, because we always have this debate, right? Mutators, no mutators, which mutators? Right.
And I mean, like in Gabriel's position, he puts on these mutators and he thinks, oh well, I hope there's enough players. So any contribution in terms of whether or not the mutators were enjoyed helps further tournaments down the line.
Right. You know, it's kind of funny. I kept there was a few that I really wanted to use, but they kind of just made their way to the challenge leaderboard, and I had figured it probably wouldn't be right if I put those into the tournament when there's like a whole slew of people that have tried them already. There was a good Steel Singer one that I really wanted to see, but unfortunately,
Steel Singer.
Yeah.
I would kind of
I was
like
worried
the
that would.
function.
I really don't like Steel Singer.
It's especially tough.
I get scared when I see a Steel Singer because I find I can't like resist picking it, no matter how bad it's going to be. Like I can't resist it because it's just so fun for me anyway, and it loses runs a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I agree, but it's just so bad. Like its scaling it's not fast enough. It doesn't have enough health to survive. Like you can't just dupe it and play 2 on the floor. It's just you have to pick like Ember because of the Ember Drain. If you want to play 2, it's.
You have to put -1s in your restores.
Yeah, you have to keep restores in the first place.
Yeah.
I remember watching Rising Dusk video, and he said, you show me a Steel Singer seed and I'll show you a victory.
Yep.
So, yeah. Maybe he wouldn't be too happy to hear us talk about Steel Singer.
But he plays more reasonable than I do, for example. Like I'm playing 200
like a sane person.
I'm playing like 200 shard runs, and for those runs, Steel Singer's just too slow and too clunky, I think.
There's got to be a seed that has like literally no healing though, right? And then like a Steel Singer. Like surely you don't win with Steel Singer there, right? It's possible.
He's at least a big tank at that point.
He's pretty good at
Full space tank.
With, like, because you can't heal it up.
I've heard Lox is going to host now. The next one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be happy to like help out. I don't know if I'd be totally up for hosting it.
If you're the host, you can.
If
set
it's
the
next
time.
month, like as in like around Christmas time, like I probably won't even be around, unfortunately. But like the next time I am, I'll at least like help host.
No, it's fine. I think it's fine, right, Gabriel? I don't know.
Yeah, I think Cod, you were saying you might be able to even do the
Yeah.
next one, right? Yeah, maybe you and Luxy could co-host,
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
depending on the date, of
Or
course.
Sato.
Yeah,
I
or
sort of
Sato.
threw Sato under the bus and said he would do it before even
Oh, yeah.
checking with him.
I'm
Yeah,
down
same.
for that,
Yeah.
but I can't.
But yeah,
I
I mean-
can't host the stream because I just don't have the setup, right? Like just. You can only
Luckily
host.
for me, I have all the tools to host, so I figured, hey, give them a break. Let them compete against one another for a moment.
Well, big thanks to everyone again. Thanks to all the commentators that helped commentate. Thanks to all the players for their awesome play. I'm probably going to give a raid here. Yeah, we'll see you all when I see you all again. Thanks.
Thanks for signing us up and
Thanks
hosting
a
it.
lot.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thanks
My
for
pleasure.
hosting.
Yeah, it was fun.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.